Aloha. The species committee is looking for a manager. So that is an RCUH position, which is open, that's looking for qualified applicants.
And Van, could you pull up from the board packet, first page? So what we wanted to do to refresh everybody about how this works is to go over the priorities and criteria that the government has established for the program. We have statutory priorities that must be addressed by the commission and administrative rule priorities that may be addressed by the commission according to the language of the rule. And so this is something that is woven into the commission's decision-making process and the application process. Next one, Ben. So this is the sheet that is provided throughout the process. And it's section 173A-2.6 Hawaii Revised Statutes, which on the left-hand side lists the priorities that the commission shall give to lands in its recommendations. Exceptional value due to the presence of unique aesthetic resources, unique and valuable cultural or archaeological resources, habitats for threatened or endangered species of flora, fauna, or aquatic resources, lands that are in imminent danger of development, lands that are in imminent danger of being modified, changed, or used in a manner to diminish its value, lands providing critical habitats for threatened or endangered species that are in imminent danger of being harmed or negatively impacted. And for that one, number 4, we're basically applying the federal definition of critical habitat for endangered species. And number 5, lands containing cultural or archaeological sites or resources that are in danger of theft or destruction, and lands that are unique and productive agricultural lands. And on the right-hand side, and this is also, I think there was one handout available, we have the land acquisition criteria from section 13-140-39 Hawaii Administrative Rules, which the commission may consider. And there's a list of 14 there. And you're welcome to visit our website and link to the administrative rules. And I think these will be discussed in one way or another during our meeting. We also have an explanation of the ranking form for the applications. And I believe that the sample ranking form is the next slide. And commissioners all have this in their board packets. So the ranking is on a 1 to 5 scale, with 1 being the most exemplary application and 5 being the lowest ranking application. And under our current practice, the number 5 lowest ranking can only be assigned to one of the applications in the pool. But for the rest of the applications, they could all be ranked 1, they could all be ranked 3. It's that's how our system works. So this is what when we reach our decision-making phase tomorrow, this is what the commissioners will be filling out and will be tallying up to come up with the rankings. And the next slide, please, Van. And the next slide is the tally sheet where we basically do the math on the rankings from the commissioners who are voting and come up with the final ranking numbers. And the next page is the sample recommendation. The commission issues its recommendation, and we take that for consultation with the president of the Senate and the Speaker of the House across the street. And once that consultation is completed, then we go to the Board of Land and Natural Resources in this room for final approval of the grant awards and the funding amounts. And after we finish that, we send the board's decision up through the Department of Budget and Finance and to the governor's office to get the funds released for the grant awards. And so this sample recommendation is based on the recommendation that the commission came up with last year. And the recommendation can include special conditions on any particular grant award that the commission may wish to recommend. There's standard conditions that are part of the grant agreement and the contract when we issue an award to a county or a nonprofit land conservation organization. So this is basically what we start with when we're developing the sample recommendation at the end of the day tomorrow. And on the last slide, throughout this process, we've advertised that approximately $6.7 million is available for the land acquisition grants out of our total appropriation for the current fiscal year, which is just over $9 million. We have to spend 1.5 million of that on the debt service for the Turtle Bay bonds that were used to purchase property and a conservation easement up at the Turtle Bay Resort. And then we have a statutory cap on how much we can spend on program administration in addition to our personnel costs. That's about $500,000 per year at the most. And then we also have a program for operation, maintenance, and management grants for properties that have already been acquired through funding from the Land Conservation Fund. We have about 50 properties in the portfolio right now, so all of those properties are eligible to apply for the management grants, but we're only allowed to spend 5% of last year's revenue on those grants by statute. And our revenue from conveyance tax is currently capped at $5.1 million. So that means we only have $255,000 to spread among potentially 50 applicants for a management grant. We did go through this process last year. We advertised for grants of up to $50,000, $51,000, and we came up with 6 management grants that are in the process of being awarded now. So that leaves $6.761791 million remaining approximately. We want to leave a little bit of money in the account in case something comes out. So the rough estimate of funds available for land acquisition grants is now $6.7 million. And we have applications, I think, totaling over 13 million. And the final slide for the staff updates is the project status table. We currently have 9 active grant awards that we're seeking to complete and have conveyance of the property back to the applicant. And in the last fiscal year, as you can also see in our annual report to the legislature, we completed 5 acquisitions from previous years that completed 5. And the legislative session has started up. We've already testified on one bill, House Bill 1041, which is about conveyance tax and distribution of conveyance tax and distributions of conveyance tax to the Rental Housing Revolving Fund and the Land Conservation Fund, plus some new ones that have been added in by the proposed measure. And so we'll be starting up our legislative alerts for the bills that continue to have hearings in the legislature during the current session. And with that, is Heather here yet? Okay. We have another announcement from our state urban and community forest program, Kulinani. They are kicking off the year of the community forest as of New Year's this year. And Heather had volunteered to tell us a little bit about that. So, perhaps she'll show up and we can take a short break in the agenda to do that. Other than that, thanks to everybody for working with us through the application process and the review process. And if there's no questions from the commission or testimony from the public, I think we're ready to move on to item 2.
Any comments or questions for Mr. Penn? Either commissioners or from the public? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to agenda item number 2. These are the fiscal year 2025 applications for grants from the Land Conservation Fund. Applicant presentations and commission discussion. At meeting 86, the commission established 8 permitted interaction groups to investigate the applications submitted for this grant cycle. At meeting 87, 7 of these permitted interaction groups presented their investigation results, including a field visit and a written report. 1 applicant withdrew during this part of the process. Now, at meeting 88, commissioners are able to openly discuss all of the applications and dialogue with the applicants. Mahalo to the commissioners, staff, applicant partners, and landowners for facilitating these applications, which are the core mission of our work. Now, each applicant will present its application, followed by remarks from commissioners and public testimony. The timing guideline is 1 hour for each application, including applicants, presentation, questions, answers, and discussion with the commission and public testimony. The commission received over 120 written testimonies and would welcome concise spoken testimony lasting 3 minutes or less. In general, the commission will hear live spoken testimony only, not pre-recorded audio or audio-visual testimony. Okay. First up is item 2A, an application from Hawaiian Kingdom Foundation for $1.1517 million to acquire approximately 1 acre for Hane'o'o Fish Pond Complex located at District of Hana, Island of Maui, tax map key number 2-1-4-008:001. Dr. Leo Cares will be presenting. Dr. Cares, please go ahead. Thank you for attending.
Aloha. Aloha mai kako. Good morning to everybody. Aloha kakaiaka, and thank you for your time in being here this morning. Was looking forward to doing the presentation as best as we can, and I'm going to first give a little bit of introduction about our organization, myself, also speak to the obvious elements of the application with the size of the land, but we hope to speak to where we make up for this application and its value, in intangible and tangible value that this purchase would support. I'm going to cover some of the financials specifically for Form 8 and Form 9, and then I hope to speak to the statutory elements and why this project we believe is eligible, and the application we hope to answer any questions along the way. Feel free to interrupt me if there's any questions. And first, I just wanted to start off by speaking to why we are here today to try and do this. At the end of the day, for me, my family is from Hane'o'o. We've had a long history in this ahapua'a, and as many families across the Pai'aina have endured, a lot of lands were lost during periods of disease, and my family happened to be one of those who had lost a lot of land titles in this region by simply not being able to be present to assert their ownership of lands, and they are buried in Kalaupapa. And without the help of some folks on Molokai and organizations, we didn't know where our family was and why our name Ukulani and how we related to the Alapa'is in this region. Where did they go? And through support of community organizations, we had finally found a puka and where our family was, and they had either contracted leprosy, and in some cases, we discovered that in those times, because this area was a um, heavily agricultural commerce activity, so a lot of exchange potential for illness, but also um, the desire to acquire lands from Hawaiians. And so in some cases, some folks were falsified in being diagnosed with leprosy. They were touted as being political troublemakers, and so they had spent their lives in Kalaupapa, and that's one of my third great grandma, Kamaka Ukulani, who's registered there in Kalaupapa. I say that just to kind of bring some context. We ultimately would have loved to go for 1,000 acres in this region, but for this, I wanted to just state the obvious again, that it is only a 1.4 acre parcel, but it has so much meaning to the community. It has so much meaning to the people of Hana. It has been a place that continues to grow in its aesthetic value to the community. So I just wanted to start by sharing that a little bit and my lineal connection to this place. The organization, our nonprofit, Uamaukea DBA Hawaiian Kingdom Foundation, was established in 2022, and we received our Form 947 501c3 during that time. The purpose of the organization has a couple of elements, and our mission is really driven to maximize the economic acuity, capacity, and status of Hawaiians and lineal descendants of the Hawaiian Kingdom in order to help overcome barriers of implicit biases in the economy through charitable initiatives after January 17 of 1893. Um, my A little bit about myself. I have a broad background in commercial finance. I've worked for the federal government. Um, I pursued my education, attaining my master's in business administration and my doctoral degree, where I focused on perceptions of financial literacy in the Native Hawaiian community. Um, I live in Maui, um, and I have spent a lot of time in my life uh, in this area, and never really knew a lot about it until we get older. And in part, um, we don't know all the elements that contributed to that, but we do know that Hawaiianness was a time period where there were some folks who really didn't spend a lot of time on trying to understand who they were culturally, et cetera, et cetera. And over time, we feel that there's a reemergence and reawakening of identity and pride in who we are. And so, I know a lot of my family did not have access or pursue higher levels of education, and so part of some of the decision making in the past may have been contributed to just not having a strong sense of finance and real estate and contractual elements. So just wanted to point that out as far as the challenges the family had. For this particular parcel, I want to just talk about a little bit about the community in Hana, and the community does not desire development for this location. I myself personally, we've had discussions with the owners, the sellers, interested sellers for this parcel. We've had interactions with community organizations and very recent discussions with other community organizations. The HANA Advisory Committee is tasked to review certain applications for development, and this particular parcel submitted a application for a special management area permit, and the HANA Advisory Committee who is a reflection of the community, voted the application or made a recommendation to vote it down. It was then sent to the Maui County Planning Commission for the SMA permit to construct multiple residential structures on the site. And the Planning Commission during that time, through extensive discussion and evidence and testimony, the Planning Commission unanimously voted down this SMA permit application. So that's a little bit about some of the most current, we call it threats to this area that has been for development. If the commission would grant an award for this particular project, we were asked along the way, what would the future look like of this parcel? And we know Hana and this area is so unique in itself that further outreach efforts would uh, be undertaken, and to further ask community for their input so that we can get a sense of what their long range idea and how we would like to malama this parcel going forward. I first wanted to mahalo the commissioners again for spending some time with me on this property. And we had a chance to walk the property, observe the property, and really get a feel for the property. And so I appreciate your folks' effort and due diligence in that. I did want to, from that visit, I was sent a number of questions, and I thought it would be helpful to summarize elements on the questions that was posed to me, and I want to go ahead and share that with you in a very reduced form. And if there's any specific more details, I'm happy to address them. This particular parcel is zoned agriculture. It's bordered by DLNR land. It's bordered by a Maui County road, and it's also bordered by the open ocean and the fish pond Hoku'ula. Maui in itself, based upon some of the sources and research, is prone to tsunami because of the elevation in many parts of Maui. So Maui does have a high risk of tsunami. This parcel also, during periods of high tides, there are waters that surge on the ocean facing portion of the parcel, and which is one of the reasons why the community felt that this was a place that we would avoid residential structures, full-time residential structures there. In 1946, up until 1946, there was a structures, homes there. It serves as the halekia'i of the Hane'o'o Fish Pond Complex, and those homes were destroyed and washed away in the April 1st, 1946 tsunami, which my family had perished in that disaster. There was a question about freshwater activity beneath the surface of the property, and that is very evident as you enter the coast of the ocean and the fish pond, and you can see the fresh water that is moving, not per se by definition a stream, an irrigation channel of by definition, but really freshwater movement that we can assume that is coming Mauka, coming underneath the ground, and that provides critical mountain source nutrients for the coastline ecosystem. There was another question about highlighting the immense cultural and ecological significance of this place. This location has served as a vital lifeline for generations of Hawaiians, providing resources for fishing, gathering, and also this is part of the canoe district. Um, we wanted to make sure that the rugged beauty of the coastline, the beaches, are all evidence. Hopefully, during your time conducting a visual observation and sharing a lot of the historical accounts of this particular parcel. Um, this coastline really plays a crucial role in protecting the island from the forces of nature and ocean as well. Uh, the coral reefs, the coastal ecosystems provide natural barriers that help in mitigating the impact of storms and erosions. So preserving the health of these ecosystems, we believe, is foundational and essential for the long-term sustainability of Haneo'o and the well-being of the community which it sits in. Um, some of the other questions went on to speak to um, what are some of the endangered or threatened species in this location. And it's something that I never really, it's sort of like for all of us who live in Hawaii, we know the ocean is there. And, sometimes we may forget about the beauty of the oceans that we get to enjoy. And so for me, growing up, it was very similar when it came to birds. I mean, the birds in this location um, are all over the place, um, from the uau birds, and these species, as I have began to also appreciate, they depend on the health of this coastline for their survival. The large Eva birds are threatened, and they also rely on this coastline for food and are very common in this area and travel from Alau Island, Mauka, over the ocean in a whole sort of kind of like a bird freeway right from Mauka to Alau. And there is a reference to a place called Keaka Manu, which also can translate into the shadow of the bird in this area. Um, there was a question about just interaction with the community, and we've tried to consistently make our passion and effort known, engaging in more conversations with the community in Hana, and supporting the vision that this location should be preserved for future generations. In respect for our community, we haven't received any objections from the community or lineal descendants. Really the main concern that's coming from the community is how the lands will be used. And that is a very important and a question that is center in this effort going forward. I think the community, I believe, expects to be engaged immediately if there's an award or land transaction is complete, so that we really can maximize the input on the planning going forward from the people in Hana. And based on very recent discussions and engagements, um, you know, we believe there's strong lineal descendant support to lead the caretaking of this land for future generations. Um, we've also spent time having a short meeting with other, as I mentioned earlier, organizations based in Hana, Keaua Li'i. We wanted to make sure that we were able to share, thoughts about around the application. Try to make sure we can address the questions in and around the application. And we believe that based upon our discussions, it was very positive, and we hope to continue to see more support beyond them as well in the community. Um, we believe strongly that ongoing consultation with all the stakeholders in the community is a very critical aspect of this site because there's, again, so much tangible and intangible value to the community. There was a question about the somewhat recent financial transaction related to this particular parcel in a value of 250,000. And the land is currently privately owned. We have not had any specific access to the terms that represent that 250,000 sale. What we could assume is that a portion of the interest in the holding company may have been sold and conveyed and was recorded as a $250,000 sale of interest in the title. And so wanted to make sure we, point that out. The value of the purchase price was really based upon the good faith representations made to our foundation when the owners were notified about our interest and intent to pursue grant funding to acquire this property, and to move forward with a Legacy Land Commission application. It is our hope that the final purchase price during this process is really only something the owner can control. And in this case, we ultimately reduced our estimates, and in hope that more money would be left in the commission fund for other applicants, but reducing the Legacy Land Fund grant and leveraging that with other sources of funding, which I'll go into here in a second. So again, Form 8, just wanted to point out the total transaction cost for this particular project was 1.6 million estimated. Moving on to Form 9, talking about our matching fund worksheet. We would seek 400,000 in open space or private funds. The other 50,000 would be from private, and we would, based upon this matching fund, we would exceed the 25% requirement and land somewhere or near around 28%. So the total legacy land request is what Dave had stated earlier. Now I'm going to move on to speaking about some of the statutory elements of the project, and I hope this helps address, key decision-making methods that the commission, needs to consider. And I know it's a very difficult task, trying to do the best you can. And so under the statute for land acquisition priorities, we believe that this application, complete application, does meet the land acquisition priorities under Chapter 173A-2.6, because it has exceptional value due to the presence of a number of elements, and I'm going to speak to them in very short summary. Under A, unique aesthetic resources, this particular site contains an impressive inventory of valuable resources, including threatened and endangered species, cultural, historic, and ecological significance in the Hawaiian culture, where the views of this open space are really not found elsewhere in Hawaii. Under B, speaking to unique and valuable cultural and archaeological resources, there are a number of archaeological spaces. One, this particular parcel is part of the Hane'o'o Fish Pond Complex, 50/50/13/1483. On the site, as you had observed, I think there are a number of graves on this location, and we've recently gotten some information on the family members that could be there. This area is so old, some of the records are very challenging to, you know exactly the specifics of it, but we have good estimates of who is buried in these locations, and families that had married into my family there as well. Um, there is a historic house site that I referenced as well, also known as the Halekia'i of the Fish Pond under 5050 134402. There is a wall on this location, and mostly folks in Hana are aware of this, and some others outside of Hana are aware of this. But as you folks were walking on the property, you were on the Kahuvaka Hoku Heiau. I just wanted to point that out. I don't think I remembered even to share all of that with so many things we were discussing, but um, that heiau um, has two translations, and one of them means that it's the guardian spirit of the full moon night. As people know, there when the full moons come up there, it has a just a unique uh, aura about it. And the other translation is the guardian spirit of Hoku, which is the daughter of Vaka and Papa. And just wanted to share that with the group. Talking about moving on to habitats for threatened and endangered species, I did point out briefly about the manu that transverse this area. Also, the Honu ea, the hawksbill sea turtle, excuse me, lives and feeds in this location and is observed frequently in person on this coastline. And growing up there, just that was normal, just seeing all of these activities. And in the lens of the statute, I realize how important these things are more to preservation. Um, Again, I talked briefly about the threat of development, and under Section 2, the lands are in imminent danger of development. As I spoke earlier about the ongoing desire to develop this location, and that has been continuous since 2013. And we don't know exactly what the new wishes are from the $250,000 transaction. We just don't have insight because that's a private matter. But we do know this place is such a desired place to install a structure there. We worry that also, if there is a structure, there are wastewater systems that would be placed into the freshwater, leaching fields into the freshwater, and that would really threaten the coastline potential with excessive nitrogen and raising the potential of algae blooms in this area. Um, let's see so the lands again under Section 3 are in imminent danger of being changed or used in a manner to diminish its value. We have observed many non-agricultural uses encroaching on the property, and these are just from pedestrian observations. The entire parcel has been used as a like a parking lot, and so cars would drive all over the place, um, very close to the graves, and in the high numbers of cars, literally covering the ground with vehicles for functions that I'm not privy to what exactly is going on, but it was not agriculture. And the community has come forward and expressed their concern about, non-cultural, non-agricultural activities, and this kind of continuous activity does diminish the value of the land. And moving on to number 4, again, the lands provide critical habitats for threatened and endangered species. that are in imminent danger of being harmed or negatively impacted. One of the translations for hane o'o means to give life and spirit to the o'o bird. So, as we know, um, well-known uh, uh, people in Hawaiian culture, for example, Queen Ka'ahumanu, her name is referencing the Ahumanu, meaning the altar of the birds. So this location gives a very important habitat for birds. And again, I talked about Keakamanu is what this place is called because there's so much birds that fly. It casts shadows on the ground and over you as you are at this location. Um, so the land under number 5, the lands contain cultural and archaeological sites and or resources that are in danger or theft or destruction. We personally believe that we want to pursue this because there has been destruction of these critical sites, and we are continue to be concerned that danger is in front of it on a regular basis. And again, with continuous large crowds, large visitors, pools of visitors enter this location. And sometimes I know a lot of the families in Hana, it's hard for them to see that, and so that's part of the threat of danger and destruction. Um, Lastly, on number 6, I want to talk about productive agricultural lands, and I want to say that this parcel of land is very unique because of its location point to Alao Island. Um, we don't have because it's private. We don't have all the access to the kinds of agriculture that are they're trying to do or have done or may not have done. However, because of its location, where it's sited in the base of the Mauna, the environmental conditions of other flora on the land really manifest promising cultivation potential for various canoe crops because of the conditions um, for this property. Um, that concludes that section on the land acquisition component statutorily. I will speak now briefly about the section that I was asked to also speak to was the appraisal of the land. Under 173A-4.5, um, there's words that describe may be performed. So the appraisal of the land may be performed, and I'm going to speak to a appraisal that was done. It was done in 2019, and the board may review, approve, or accept any existing appraisal prepared on behalf of a nonprofit organization. It speaks to the board may contract for an independent appraisal for no more than 3 disinterested appraisers who shall follow applicable and accepted professional standards. Um, so I want to reference a appraisal was conducted in 2019 by the owner, and this was done by Advantage Appraisal LLC, file number LM1ST106, and the market valuation for the property was $2.3 million. And so when the owners were finished with the final decision of the SMA permitting, from that point they have represented to us that 1.6 million is a number that they would um, very much consider for sale of this property, and I have not been communicated otherwise since that time. I'm going to move on to the other statute, 173A-5, Land Conservation Fund. And we believe that our application supports and constitutes a public purpose for which these funds may be expended or advanced. And under Land Conservation Fund, under G subsections 2 to 9, as I described earlier, the fund can be advanced to support coastal areas, beaches, habitat protection, cultural and historical sites, um, recreational, open space and scenic resources, and a few others. And so, we've tried to highlight a lot of the elements that are aligned with the statutory um, uh, subsections that the fund, would be the project would be eligible for such funding. Um, Continuing on under the Land Conservation Fund, we just wanted to point out that our application um, that we provided, and we've wanted to make sure, based upon the questions that we received, other similar information, we've responded to the questions as part of our application, and even in my presentation today as other information that we want to share with the commission to strengthen and support the justification of our project moving forward. Um, and so under the Land Conservation Fund, subsection I, subsection 1 to 8, we've done our best efforts to capture a lot of the elements to make sure that this is deemed a complete application. And I am going to stop there and pause if there's any further questions. But we just wanted to first mahalo for everybody's time and attention to our application this year. And we ask for your consideration. And we know it's a difficult, challenging task that you folks are in, but we wish you all folks luck. Sorry we couldn't be there today in person, but one day we hope to cross paths again in the future. So I will stop there. Mahalo for everybody's time.
Mahalo, Dr. Kairos. Thank you. Commissioners, any remarks or questions for Dr. Kairos?
Have Dr. Kairos, Leo, this is Burl Blake, and I got to be on the field trip, the visit. So I wanted to say, being with you was very impressive and moving because you were such a storyteller of the mo'olelo, of the place, and of Greater Hana, and you could really feel how deeply connected your family and you are to this particular place, which, by the way, is very beautiful and special. I just have one, well, you've indicated that the landowner brought the price down because of the denial of the SMA permits. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you for that question. First off, mahalo for the comment that you shared and what you felt and observed. I really appreciate that. Yes, he did lower the price. At that time, I I got the impression that the perceived value was driving this, but once the final determination decision was made that this land lacks development value, I think that was taken into heavy consideration. That, for one, in the past, I think it was not sold because the valuation may not even have been there as well. And so now I think it's being driven by, in part, frustration of not being able to pursue development. But I think the price reflects a sense of humility that, this is something as far as high as we probably could go. And in the spirit of working together for the benefit of the community and the future generations, that's what probably drove the price lower.
Thank you. And then I had one other quick question. You know, all the due diligence items on the Form 8 and Form 9, you say that the source is open space funds and / private. Are you referring to the Maui Open Space Grant Program?
Yes.
And I wondered if you have started an application or you have an active application with them.
We would
Maui.
need to further an application with the county under this program. One of the things I have experienced working at the county, and just the way I learn, every county is different, and so their budgeting process is not standard. Every county pursues their budgeting process so differently. So it was probably my fault for not doing it earlier, but we would be making sure that an application is complete and submitted for this consideration.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes.
So this is Commissioner Robinson, Dr. Karis. I was also on the site visit. I was able to pull up the Bureau of Conveyance document related to the 250,000, and the deed does say it is for an undivided 1/6 interest. So I think that would imply a valuation at that time of 1.5 million in 2022. Whether that was done on appraised value or just agreed value, we don't know.
Thank you. You saved me 5 hours to go and find that too. So
You can always go to her.
thank you.
Good clarification. Other comments or questions from the commission? Yes, Commissioner.
Dr. Karis, mahalo again for your application. I'm curious to know more about your experiences in regards to managing cultural resources. You mentioned a few of them, and I'd like to know more about your organization's capacity in regards to managing and your experience around that.
Okay. Thank you, Mahalo, for the question. Speaking to the organization, because it's legally formalized in such a short period of time, there hasn't been a considerable amount of a track record to be presented for this organization. But where the management skill set or experience is made up by leadership for the organization. For example, the fish pond in that area has been under my relatives and my family's care since Julia Alapa'i was awarded the Land Commission Award and Royal Panton Award 8525B for this particular parcel, and before that. So one of the other experiences that has really propelled me to have a strong interest in this space was I've spent many years now working with an organization called KUA, who has been really an enlightening experience for me personally, because we would travel across the state and a bunch of strangers would be assembled together in a body of water, and the profound cultural spirituality experience for Hawaiians and non-Hawaiians seems to really bring people together working in this kind of element. And I know the same is shared with cultivating of kalo and other things. So my whole life has been by default caring for historic and cultural spaces. I just didn't know that it was a cultural space through the eyes of the lens of government, and it was just part of our upbringing. So parcel is under 2 acres. I do own farm land in Maui, and so it's always been part of my upbringing as an agricultural person, and by default an aquaculture person, just not really looking at my life through a lens of aquaculture, but that So even though the organization has been registered in a short period of time, the skill set and the further inclusivity that we will bring to the table working with others in the community, I think will add value to the going forward in managing this location. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Yes, Commissioner Lucas.
This is Commissioner Lucas.
Aloha.
Aloha. I have kind of a follow-up question on a couple of the other commissioners. One is, I don't know what the Maui Open Space calendar is. Is it rolling, or is there a, like, this one where there's a specific timeline, and then are there other grants that you're looking at and that have specific timelines?
Thank you for that question. Mahalo for the question. I don't know what other counties have practiced in their open space funding programs. Being that I did work for the county, I did sign off on open space funds in my level of authority. The projects would normally come forward through the community, likely through a council member, and be incorporated as a funding item on the budget, then would go through the proper committee and then go to the council, as a whole. I don't believe it's a role. I can't say it would be really by definition a rolling application. It's what I've observed in the past. It's been a request that will be ultimately decided upon or supported by the executive branch of the county. So it'll come in through a department within the executive branch request, and then a resolution to support this would come from the executive branch to the committee, the legislative committee, and then they would discuss it and then ultimately approve it. So I would say it doesn't seem like a rolling. In terms of other grants, yes, we've actively submitted for other grants. One was a NDN grant for I think like 300,000. There's another one that is underway for 50,000, and so we're just going to continue to pursue these types of funding, and leverage anything that if we were to receive any kind of grant award through this program, we would want to leverage this as much as possible.
Thank you for that answer. Our testimony showed a letter from the neighboring organization, the name of which is escaping me right now. That one, yeah. But I didn't notice any from Kua, for instance, or other conservation organizations or families or community members. And I was just wondering about that.
Thank you, Mahalo, for that question. Two ways to address that is knowing the people of Hana. I would say there can be some element of shyness, courtesy shyness. I mean by that is it's non-conventional like in other parts of the state where people rally, people assemble, high degree of organization, and so that is not a disadvantage. That is the culture of the place, and historically this area has relied on leadership to see a future that's worthy for them. and culturally that continues to hold its place in Hana. So leader organizations like Kehawa Li'i, I could assure you that not 100% of everybody came forward and provided a written support letter, but the group there knows their community, and for us, we do know that there's considerable and extensive support to preserve this location because other organizations have pursued the same. I believe I did in the past, and Kua has written me letters of support, and it was through the time of the SMA application on record. So I have received letters from organizations like Kua. So if those would be conditions for us, then we would definitely pursue attaining written documents to further support the question that you might have. But for me personally, I know the community's heart wishes to preserve this place, but you got to go do them. So you got to go do them for them. You have to lead an opportunity where there's no guarantee. And to me, that's what part of being a leader in any community tries to do, is lead them to something in a place unknown. And so I don't know if the community has spent a tremendous time investing in understanding the legacy land program, but I'm glad I did. And this is an opportunity to lead them to a worthy future for the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other remarks from commissioners? I see none. We received written testimony in support of this application from Ke'au Hali'i. If Ke'au Hali'i is present, would you like to share additional remarks at this time? Looking at the Zoom screen. I don't believe I'm not seeing anything. Any further public testimony from others via Zoom, telephone, or within the meeting room?
Aloha.
Uh-huh.
I'm a board member for Ke'au Hali'i. And,
Please, go ahead.
and I just wanted to say I sent in testimony also on my personal behalf.
Yes.
And so did my husband, but we were late. We thought the meeting was tomorrow. Anyway, it should be in your email. And yes, Ke'au Hali'i is in full support. We want to support Leo with his application and with managing the property. We have managed a few properties through the state legacy, Mahalo Nui. and and so we are hopeful that Leo will receive his grant funding from you guys also. Mahalo Nui.
Hello, Mavis.
Aloha, Leo.
Yes, Dr. Iris. Just waving, I think. Okay.
Aloha.
Okay. Do we have any other public testimony? I don't believe so. Okay, thank you. Any further remarks from the commission? No, seeing none. Okay, we can move on. David, yes.
Yes, if you don't mind, Chair. Heather McMillan from the Year of the Community Forest has arrived. If we could briefly indulge her to say a few words.
All right.
Also, I neglected to mention that our legal fellow Julius is in the back there. And he's about to finish his assignment with us, but he's been very helpful with us on working with the legislative side of the program as a new attorney and researcher. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Aloha kako.
Aloha.
My name is Heather McMillan. I coordinate our state urban and community forestry program, which is called Kaulu Nani. I'm a colleague of Dave, so thank you for the invitation to come here. I think, we have a lot of overlap in terms of the kinds of groups that we work with and that we support and the things that we're trying to accomplish. So I kind of consider our programs maybe to be like cousins. But I'm really grateful just to take a couple of minutes to tell you about Year of Our Community Forest, which was proclaimed by our Governor Josh Green as a way to raise awareness and enthusiasm and knowledge around this idea of community forestry. And for us, we're thinking about community forestry really broadly. Maybe put this. Yeah, for people in the room here are familiar with this concept of ahupua'a, which is more of a Mauka to Makai concept. We're thinking about the Vau Kanaka, which is more of a horizontal gradient. This community forests are the forests where we live, where we work, where we learn, where we play. So we do a lot of collaboration with nonprofits, with counties, with schools, and we're trying to grow the forest all around us. So that's what this year is about, bringing awareness to the importance of trees, of course, to bring us shade, to promote climate resilience, to give us food, to connect us to place, to improve the health of our communities. And so this year is really about supporting community groups that are already doing this good work, lifting them up, shining a spotlight on them. We just closed on Sunday a community grant opportunity so that organizations can apply to celebrate Year of Our Community Forest in their own ways. And we got like 5 times more applications than we're going to be able to support. So a lot of interest around this. I brought some posters. You all are welcome to take one. If these run out and you need more, Dave knows how to find me and I can arrange to get more to you, but please take one. Here, there's a really small QR code here, but the website is dlnr.hawaii.gov/trees. And if you go to the website, you'll see more about volunteer events you can get involved in to really engage in community forestry that's happening with partners across the state. We're supporting some tree adoption events. Try and grab it there. We're supporting tree adoption events through a partnership called Grow Aloha. Every month on not every island, but most of the islands, seedlings are being adopted by community members for free. Events to learn how to care for existing trees, because everyone loves planting trees, but that's really not useful unless you keep the trees alive. So we also have to know how to care for them and have those relationships to be dedicated to do that. And then we're also offering support for classrooms, for teachers, outreach events and things like that. So please reach out to us, take advantage of that. Just quickly, our program does this kind of work throughout the year and really doing a lot of community engaged stuff. We also have a new 2 new programs, a community coconut program, which is really dedicated to perpetuating coconut culture, teaching about coconut as the tree of life and all the different ways it is useful, how to identify different varieties, which one is the right coconut for the right place. They're touching on CRB because you can't avoid it, but that's not their primary focus. And a brand new program also is our Shade Trees for Schools program, helping to grow trees and forests, especially in our Title I public schools, but giving support to schools across the state. So thank you for the time. Reach out to me if you guys have any questions, or thank you for the work that you're doing. I know that North Shore Community Land Trust is one of our partners, so that's great. Just someone here in the room right now that we have a connection with, but I know there are more, Amy Greenwell and others, so yeah, thank you for the work that you all are doing.
Mahalo, Heather. Okay. We will move back on to agenda item. Next up is item 2B, an application from Bella Bond Foundation for $1,462,500 to acquire approximately 131 acres for Kahului Nature Sanctuary located at District of Ko'olaupoco, Island of Oahu, with tax map number 14-7-001:002. I believe Bella Koga and Mario Michiosho will be presenting. Mario, please come up here. Yep.
Here?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, everybody. Very much. I can speak now, thank you.
You can.
This is a great opportunity for me to come here and talk face to face, let's say. The first thing is apologies I have to bring for all the people that were offended by the program I brought, without knowing how the community involved in everything. I approached with the first brochure. A couple of days later, we changed our mind because we discovered a site. First, we had a farm idea to farm that big land and serving the people below. Hundreds of houses are built below. But the brochure is there. But first, we got the idea of the farm. We had commissioners and we changed our idea to adjust. And because we discovered an AO, the second brochure, there's an AO. And then we thought about small houses to serve the people around. And the third brochure is not printed yet. It's available in PDF, but to be sent to anyone who wants. We removed the farm, removed the small houses, and organized to serve the basic community closer. We got like about 100 names, people who signed, almost 10 about close neighbors, and almost 90 around. And the first person we met, introduced by the agent, looked at the first program. It looked like, oh, I like, but I don't like the farm. So we changed it. We were invited to bring it to the person, that is a very nice man, and it caught communication. And now we have a lot of opposition. So this is apologies from Bella Bond Foundation. We removed everything that we thought that was offending people from the site already, produce a new brochure, and organize a new way to communicate with people. So we are open to talk with the communities and individual, personally, face to face. And this is the apologies. Second, it's like, I want to say to all the commissioners, thank you. In that position now, we want to withdraw from the application for a grant. We're not ready for that. Yeah. As soon as the communities, the people close, we open discussion, openly say, hey, Mr. Mario, whatever, or the foundation through mail or text message, whatever, we're going to keep going to acquire this land because we don't own it. So we withdraw temporarily to let the people think and to help the thinker around. This is my only chance to say it. The land was to be given back. The foundation doesn't hold land. Give it back. How are we going to give it back? All the neighbors, we opened the discussion for giving back a quarter of an acres, half or 1 acres to any neighbors who touched the land, so encroachment or whatever was done before us we believe we're gonna be able to fix some resentment because of old owners or old people with old ideas. Plus the AO, anyone who wants to take care of it. Let's say we have 130 acres and more, we can give like 10 acres, 20, 30, free of charge. 50, it doesn't matter. And this is the proof of the action of Balaban that we serve communities and we don't want to offend anyone. So I'll stay for a while in Hawaii because I have demand all around the world. And I'm gonna stay weeks in availability, total availability to anyone who wants to talk to me and know more. What I learned in life is when people say no, it's because they don't get it. So we expose and say, oh, so you're gonna give it back? Yeah. Like I heard with my nice doctor. I'm a doctor too. I never mentioned this. But I have a doctorate. We help develop around the world 40 countries, especially in island like here. We cure disease and the disruption in nature from another country. So when I came here in 2001, the war started against America. So I was stuck here in September 11. And I fell in love with the jungle and the people and the fruits growing everywhere. Walking the woods, I found the red kiwi and it changed my life. So I want to live here. I'm still here. And those days of the war, I met a nice woman from Hawaii. And she faced the problem of building the first bicycle ride or trail, unable to move on. And like this, she said, can you help me? I said, yeah, I know a lot of people. So I can give names privately. I can say who helped me to do it. And a year later, I received a clip from the newspaper. And let's call the lady Anne. Anne called many times. And finally, a year later, the bicycle site was opened. And I did some little magic behind the scene to fix the problem. Amazing problem. Unable to fix it. No one can do that. That's what she said. Can you do something? I said, yes. And I did it. So I'm happy to announce that this was my first result supporting people. I was honored for that. And I'd like to be honored in time. We're doing for the community of Hawaii. One example, I gather, it's anyone can have it. I gather from all over the world searching. We have on this island more than 1,000 species of plant that we can feed the world with this. From melon, trees and fruits and whatever. 1,000 are in this resume. And I gave myself to plant those anywhere on those islands. I think there's 9. Now people say there's only 8. Oh, I just heard there's 9. Because people, when they're fed up with the island, they go to Las Vegas. So it's considered 9th island. That's a joke. So I said, okay, 8. So our engagement is to grow food through other organizations and give the support, protect the AO. That is a very important site. And we discovered that after we started the procedure to buy the land. No one told us. So when we discovered that, so, oh man, this is big. So really, we and under my name, Mario Misiocia, I engaged Relevant Foundation to support exactly what I said. We're going to support anyone who come, anything they face, not even for this program, for any program. We have access to funds all over the world. I want to redirect all the funds that is coming to support what I'm saying now. Hawaii for me is the center of the world. I discovered that a long time ago. That's what the whole world was fighting for, this land. Big piece of land. And the United States is, for me, the only country in the world that we can do what we do now. It's the only supported country that I know of. And I toured planet Earth 200 times. First to conquer my health. I entered the world as a stillborn baby. And 100 years later, I'm still here. Something happened. It took me 40 years to be able to breathe, have skin and organs that are functioning. After 40 years of my life, I decided to give back to the world and everyone on the planet to have all the support that I didn't have when I was born. Watch this. This is the last thing I'm going to say. I started a program 30 years ago. I'm lucky I find it. So I'm going to show it. I don't know who see that. It's a very small picture. It's available very soon. This is a manufacturing plant I want to put in Texas. And with the program that we built, we can supply houses to the whole world from material from United States. On Earth now, this is the biggest program of my life. I'm on it since day one. And now I have the wind blowing in perfect direction. The program is to respond to the demand of houses at such a low cost. We're going to give them away in time. First year will be a very cheap, that's a $10,000. And the program over the robotic, AI, all of those elements are put in there, and 17 years of work. And now we can produce the shortage of houses in demand in the world. The figure, I just checked it. Because of those old figures, I found again the same figures like I was as a little boy with no house. 1 billion houses are missing in the market. We touch no one. There's the demand for 1 billion houses, and we go backward producing houses, 100,000 houses per day. So I checked yesterday to make sure that my figures from my youth are still true, and it's not 100,000 missing, it's 96,000. So I'm fine. So that factory that I'm building in the United States, the support of the beautiful government we have here, all the nice people around me. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening. The structure can be built and produce within 10 years 1 billion houses at the pace of 22 seconds per frame, built, sold, and shipped to anyone who wants it. And we aim to give it away. Big funds are attached to this, can you say now? The biggest funds, it's from a company. That company have the biggest fund in the world. And they accept very small project. A few, it has to be overwhelming. This is one of them. And we have different supporters who are really rich system, and we invite them to come and go through Hawaii first. I think that's it. So in conclusion, I want to share the land. I don't want to hold it. Okay.
Thank you. Just to clarify, so you are formally withdrawing your application
Yes, sir.
from this
Mr.
funding
John?
cycle?
Unless I have community support. I'll wait for that to come. And I devote like weeks of my life to wait for that. Thank you very much.
So that makes it official. Is that correct, David?
That's what it sounds like to me, John. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Mr. David. You're a beautiful man.
Thanks for
Um,
coming, Mark.
all right, this item then will no longer be under consideration for fiscal 2025 funding. Uh, I don't know if we need to have testimony. It's moot now. I'll just for the record note that we received 98 written testimonies, all in opposition to this application.
Thank you for sharing it.
Um,
What people called to tell me that they're going to oppose.
yeah,
And my life is built around support. So I give the support to the opposition. I accept for the time being that all opposition, they have the right to do that, and we have support that.
oh, of course.
Supporters or opposition for me is the same. When I ask a question like this, can I be whatever? The person who answers me can say no or yes. For me, I receive no or yes equally. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any comments or remarks from the commission? Yes, Mark.
People want to talk to me, I stay through mail, text, or face-to-face conversation. Till that all the people are satisfied what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy the land in a different way and keep the land open for anything that comes. Stay as it is until I reach a position that is supportive. Because I didn't want to offend anyone. And it's already written, my apologies are on site. As soon as I heard that, someone told me, removed everything, exposed what was offending people. We had videos that were produced by professional companies.
Commissioner, I really hate to interrupt, but our entire community rallied to be here today, and I think that it's pertinent that we be recorded for the record that we are in opposition to this project and will stay in opposition to this project, no matter how many weeks or years you choose to wait.
Okay, we can take some time to hear testimony. I think it will not. There will be no decision from the commission on this particular project this year, but we have time to hear some comments. Is that appropriate, David?
Well, I like all of the written testimony that was received will remain in the record up until the point the application was withdrawn. We do have other agenda items to move ahead with. Mario has expressed an interest in talking with people. The opposition is clear.
Present.
But up to you, Chair, how you want to take care of it. But I don't think procedurally, I don't think we're obligated to take spoken testimony at this point.
I see, I think 4 hands raised on Zoom.
I'm present. Yeah.
And at least one present, more than one several present in the room. Okay, can we, because people have taken the time to provide testimony and appear, yeah?
Can I say something?
Sure.
I read the testimony, and I was really impressed. This isn't my first year as a commissioner. And what kept jumping out of the pages of testimony for me was that that there are existing organizations in the area with a lot of experience in doing the kind of stewardship that this land is obviously crying out for. And instead of getting into the negative, I hope that the community really feels how much support there is to do that and do it. Like, why is he even here asking us? Let's do it. We know how to do it.
Yeah, I think that's certainly one thing we learned is the local community definitely has strong feelings about this property, and those can be marshaled into a way to figure out how the community wants to proceed. That would be very positive.
Conservation without development. You know, like there's no reason to build multiple units up there to house people if we're trying to conserve it. That's what the community wants.
Can you
Sorry,
please?
I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's all right. Yeah, there are
My
a
name
lot
is
of people.
Jarrett Keone Machado. I represent this sub-district for the Kahului Neighborhood Board. I'm a generational lineal descendant of this land. And I'm here for the people. So just wanted to make that known that
If any of the
that's what we
people
want.
present in the
Conservation.
boardroom want to do something, and I ask you, please be brief because it's kind of news now.
Thank you.
Mhm.
My name is Lila Morantz, and I've been a resident of Kahului for 35 years. And my girl grew up there, and we went to Kahului Elementary. Many of the people on that screen right now are people that are from the community and, as you know, are against it. The big concern is the history of that particular property. It is preservation conservation land. It was bought for a very low amount of money, $500,000 by a land developer. And he is working with Mr. Mario. And that is the big problem. I think most of the community agrees that that particular piece of land should remain in a way that expresses Hawaiian culture and traditions. Everybody's for that. No one's against it. In fact, we have a fish pond that was recently in the last 5 or 6 years acquired and cleaned up. And now it's a beautiful Hawaiian artifact. And if you act nice, you can go down there and see it. It is beautiful. And then I would imagine, I think most of the people that are on that screen would imagine the same type of cleanup and improvement of that particular land parcel. It's 135 acres. It's on a ridge that is from the Hawaiian culture, and there's a whole story about that ridge. It is not something to be treated lightly or even thought of for development. And that's my testimony. I also wrote testimony too. It's a different
Yes,
than that.
we received testimony, and I want to thank all of those who submitted testimony. They definitely, we get them, we receive them, we read them.
I'll be real brief.
Thank you.
I'm already in line at the camera too, so this is the camera guy. Keone Shizuma from Kaneohe, active member of the community, Kaneohe Neighborhood Board, Hawaiian Civic Club, which I see some members on there.
You have to come up.
We need your Leo in the mic, Keone.
I think this is just
Official record.
Yeah. Keone Shizuma, from Kaneohe, active member in the community. Part of Kaneohe Neighborhood Board, Ko'olau Poko Hawaiian Civic Club. Although I don't represent them right now, just my personal feelings about this project, or about the work. But since a lot of it was already covered and it is moved, I did want to say, I appreciate when I look at the priorities of this commission, being endangered species, being cultural sites. I would say that we have endangered species today, and we have cultural sites today because of our Hawaiian culture. we preserve them. The resources are preserved from our Hawaiian practices and our values. So I think any project that moves forward should really be based on what the land was used for at the time. Because we went through generations of experimenting and trying to figure out what works best, and the result is what we practiced. So any area, and I appreciate the presentation before, Leo, fish ponds and whatnot. As long as we are moving in that direction of practicing what was there before, and we can venture off and do a little bit here and there, but our foundation should be in Hawaiian culture. And if that's there, then we will be protecting our native species, our endangered species, our cultural sites. All that will be taken care of. So I just think I appreciate the board and that being the priorities. And I think that is really where we have to focus on making sure our work is based out of. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mahalo.
There's still people.
Chair Sinton, Vice Chair Bleach. Sorry, I gotta run anyway. I gotta be brief. I'm just glad that you guys have heard the issue of this land. The issue why we haven't, done anything on it is because it's been preserved. So we haven't had the need to. Just want to mahalo you guys for taking this in consideration, and any other proposals that come in front of you guys for this land in Kahaluu. You keep aware of how we all feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I think we don't need to have further testimony right now for a project that's no longer being considered by the commission. But I want to thank all of you who took the time to submit testimony, who are present today on Zoom or are present in the room. This is part of the process, and we appreciate your efforts to let us know how you feel about these things. So thank you very much for that. We have a busy schedule, so I'm going to go ahead and move on. I hope I don't offend anybody by not listening to your testimony, but we have business before the commission that we need to take care of. So we're going to move on.
Sorry,
Thank
Chair,
you for your
can I make a
involvement.
comment?
Yes, I just want to say mahalo for your involvement in the process. This is how it works. We want to hear from the community, and those of you who spoke up, let you know this is much appreciated. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. I want to mahalo the community for coming out and doing this. Because without you folks making sure that you guys are maka'ala and vigilant when projects like this become the forefront of what's happening in community, it's really important for your voices to be heard, especially at this moment in time when decisions are being made. This is a warning to all future organizations. This kind of application should have never come before this commission. That's how I strongly feel about this. When you start to put communities before your own, your interests before communities and not engaging in communities, please be aware that this commission will not stand for anything like that. When you start to call out names of communities and saying that you've consulted with them, you've worked with them, you're going to partner with them, and they send you letters, cease and desist letters, that already puts credibility on you as an organization and the integrity of your application. So please, if you're thinking about any future type of applications, this is an example of what not to do. Mahalo. And I say that with aloha. Talamai. But I do say that with aloha. Because there are other top applications that are doing exactly what we see is happening on the island. And those are the ones that, to me, we gotta make sure that we also celebrate those. So this, to me, is one of those, a'ole pono. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
I say one quick thing. I think the other thing that this vast amount of community opposition said is how important that parcel is. how important those 131 acres are. And it is concerning that it is still in private hands. If you just look at it and you say, oh, look, this is the backdrop to this community. This is so important to so many people. But there is vulnerability, and appreciate very much your activism toward preserving so much in the Kahaluu area. Bless you.
Yeah, bless you. Okay, we will move on then. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Yeah, can we
Yeah.
do a break?
Yes, we're going to take a very short 5-minute break here for personal time. So let's make it reconvene at 11:30. And we'll start up with item 2C. So we are in recess.
You get up.
So. Next up is item 2C, an application from North Shore Community Land Trust for $3 million to acquire approximately 170.913 acres for Kekipuka o Kalaiuila, located at District of Ko'olaloa, Island of Oahu. Tax map key numbers 15-6-003:11, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 30, 31, 46, and 49. Presenters include Reina Ramalete from applicant partner, the Trust for Public Land, Adam Borello, Tim Tibashevsky, and Nick Lakai Faran from North Shore Community Land Trust. Excuse me if I butchered your name. I apologize. Please go ahead.
O mo I ka uru hi nano e, na hele uru ki nano makai o po'o ka hukula, he ahala ka uku, ka hala I kapu ai ka leo, I ho'o kuli ai oi ka ualoa, e ualoa ko ana au, maloko mai oi a.
Mahalo Kavela for grounding us in Aina and bringing Kalaiwila into this windowless room today. Mahalo to the commission, Chair Sinton, and all of the commissioners for having us today. We are just so excited to share more about Kekipuka Kalaiwila and this incredible opportunity to protect this really beloved piece of the Kahuku coastline. So just to share for those who don't know who, I think many of you know who we are, but I'm Reina Ramalete Hayashi. I'm with the Trust for Public Land. We are a nonprofit land conservation organization, and our mission is to protect land for people. And our vision in Hawaii is that our people are thriving and healthy and connected to Aina and a living Hawaiian culture. We have two main land protection programs. One is our Aloha Aina program, which focuses on protecting lands that are important to the Hawaiian community and returning those lands to Native Hawaiian ownership and stewardship. And then our Sustainable Hawaii program is obviously very related to Aloha Aina, but it focuses on protecting our lands that grow our local foods, our native forests, our fresh water, all of which we depend on to make sure we have a sustainable future moving forward. And we have, next slide. This is a map of our work since 1979 to protect over 77,000 acres across our islands and 52 special wahipana in partnership with communities across our islands. I'm just so thrilled to introduce our partner, North Shore Community Land Trust. They are just incredible and have a long track record of protecting and stewarding Aina on the North Shore.
Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity. I'd like to start off by rebounding that mahalo to Reina and the team at TPL. In all of the work and successes that we've had, TPL has been a critical transactional partner, and they bring a amazing amount of technical ability, passion, and you know, what we're presenting today wouldn't have been possible without them. So thanks to Reina and TPL. North Shore and just there, I don't mean any disrespect by this, but for inspiration and to make sure I stay on point, I'll be looking over to the screen. And it's better than you looking at me anyways, because the images and everything are much more enjoyable. So they'll allow you to connect. So North Shore Community Land Trust was founded in 1997 with a mission to protect, steward, and enhance natural landscapes, cultural heritage, and the rural character of Ahapua'a from Kahuku to Ka'ena. Since our founding in 1997, we've been successful with community partners in raising over $70 million to protect over 4,000 acres of land in perpetuity in our mission area. Some of those successes are highlighted on this slide. Starting in 2007, We preserved over 1,100 acres of the coastal bluff above Sunset Beach Elementary, which was under threat to be developed by Obayashi into a subdivision. The result was that acreage is now in conservation. There's an amazing recreational opportunity with both bike and hiking trails there. And the coastal bluff and the flora and fauna that was on it is preserved, which is wonderful resource with regard to mitigating runoff and other issues that obviously come from a negative byproduct from development. Right below that, in 2010, we averted a smaller subdivision at the top of Pupukea with the Sunset Ranch, and that's been successful as well. One of our major successes are the Turtle Bay Makai and Turtle Bay Malka easements, which were put in place in 2015 and 16 respectively. On the Makai side, it's over 639 acres of preserved open green space, and part of that was keeping over 8.5 miles of public trails open for daytime use, which provides access to this amazing coastline. And then also drastic reduction in what were on the books as the developmental rights at that time. On the ag side, this 639 acres allows us to keep agriculture as a priority in this community, which is important, and also not only preserving open green space, but also, making good on the notion that we're trying to shift to a time when we can produce more of the food that we eat here in the state. And then most recently, the last private outholding of land at Pu'ukua in Waimea Valley was preserved and put under conservation easement. We manage the conservation easements both at Pu'ukua and on the Turtle Bay ag lands, as well as Sunset Ranch. And then finally, Kaiana Cove was donated to the land trust through a family that had long had this holding. We took care of all the outstanding property taxes, and then we transitioned that over to the state NARS. And so it's part of the beautiful landscape out at Kaiana. These successes led to us to shifting gears as we evolved, because we're now, over 25 years that we've been around and doing this kind of work. And during that time, we've been driven by this mantra of dream big and big things will happen. And so we stepped to restoration first, to the right of this slide, Pupukea Pamalu, some trail management and keeping important access roads clear, together with stakeholders that were utilizing the property, as well as people that enjoy the property for recreational purposes. The Pamalu dune restoration at Sunset Beach was uniquely different, but after losing the kind of beloved bike path to a really extreme erosion event in 2018, I believe, we started toward the creating a dune restoration plan, outplanting over several thousand native plants, and working together with community and stakeholders and the city to execute that. Most recently, and Cavella will go into some additional detail with this, but we secured a long-term lease with the University of Hawaii on Waialae, which is an old sea tar property that had kind of gone fallow and been in, let's just say it had lacked the love it deserved for many years. And together with the community and a network of amazing partner organizations that Cavella's done an amazing job putting together and empowering. You see the lo'ikalo in that photo, which are being restored. There's a lot of just amazing things going on there. And then finally, and most applicable, we believe, to the opportunity at Kalaiuila is Kalaio Kaunaoa, or Kahuku Point, which is just down the coast from Kalaiuila. For those of you who got to visit with us, the commission members, we also recently became an owner of the unit on Marconi Unit 1, which is adjacent to our restoration project at Kalaio Kaunaoa. But what's great here, and what we always share with people, is that we couldn't think of a better endorsement for the work that we do than a positive reaction from nature. So since starting our efforts in 2015, after many years of absence, and some people, there's differences of opinion on this, but clearly albatross hadn't been there in recent memory. Now that they are not only nesting with regularity and fledging with improved regularity as well, But this year, we went from a high of 18 nests last year to 33 nests this year. So it clearly has serious legs. Tim will share more details about all the other wonderful things going on at Kalao Kaunaoa, which very accurately, I think, suggests what can be possible at Kalaiuila. So next slide.
Yeah, so this is just another beautiful picture of Kalaiuila looking Makai, obviously, and the beautifully pristine sand dune ecosystem. Next slide. And just to orient you to the property that we're talking about today, it's outlined in orange. It's comprised of 12 different TMKs, one very large one, and several in-holdings. That large square in blue, as well as the small square in blue, are not part of the acquisition. Those are made up of existing kuleana inside of the property. And then you can see, if you can go back real quick, you can see that parcel that Adam was just talking about in the Marconi CPR that is adjacent to their Kalaiwa Kaunaoa site outlined in purple. Oh, and just another thing to point out in terms of threat, right? That all of these parcels are zoned Ag 2. There's a small piece of the front of the parcel that is zoned P1, but as you know, Ag 2, you can develop a house per 2 acres. There's potential for an agricultural subdivision. The property in total is about 171 acres. Oh, yeah. So this is kind of like the zoomed out map to really just show you the landscape level impact of this piece of Kahuku. So you can see adjacent to the property, both Mauka and then just east, southeast of the property is the James Campbell National Wildlife Refuge, about 1,083 acres just adjacent. You can see, you know, the 630 or so acres of the Turtle Bay lands, Kahuku Kavela that have been protected. And then the Mauka ag lands, the Turtle Bay ag lands, just Mauka of the highway. So in total, you know, I actually don't know the coastline, but there's 5 miles of coastline in that Turtle Bay section. This section, 170 acres, would add another half mile of protected coastline. I don't know, James Campbell looks like probably another 5 miles of coastline. So really just a very critical piece of the puzzle. And then just an overview of the project structure. Trust for Public Land, we are the project manager, the buyer. We negotiate directly with the landowner, put the property under contract, do all of the real estate due diligence, help with all of the raising of the public funding that's needed. North Shore Community Land Trust will be the future owner and steward in partnership with the community. And we're proposing that the city and county of Honolulu hold a conservation easement over the property through the Clean Water and Natural Lands program. They are an acquisition program, so they require an acquisition of a CE. The estimated fee simple value is 25 million. And in terms of the matching funds, so we are actually submitting our application next month to the city Clean Water and Natural Lands program. That program has a significant amount of money, over $60 million unspent. They've already taken an initial site visit of the property and have expressed strong early support for the project. They're very eager to receive strong applications. So we're excited about that, working with the city. And then we submitted a $4 million U.S. Fish and Wildlife Recovery Land Acquisition Grant in early January. That program is focused on protecting threatened and endangered species, federally threatened and endangered species. So we're super excited to be partnering with DOFA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife on that application. And then the Department of Defense REPI program, we've had really positive initial discussions with both REPI staff as well as the Army. if you can go back to the previous map, you can see that the Kahuku training area is just Mauka of this property. It's very critical to military readiness, and the Army is very supportive of this project. So we're looking forward to submitting an application for REPI funds this summer is when the application opens.
Lorena. So at this time, we'd like to share with you just some of the many different values of this property, starting with the cultural and archaeological values. So you can see on the left-hand side there is Kahoa, which are two limestone islets found just makai of the property along the shoreline. And there's a special mo'olelo that I can share with you in the next slide. Just a little bit, Mauka is Fuki'o, which is a small brackish water pond, which is currently fairly small, probably about a half an acre in size. But it said that it was once much larger and contained many different types of fish and was surrounded by a large settlement, which is evinced by the many different kuleana parcels that are still found on within Kalaiuila. On the upper right, Kianakua is a ko'a, or a fishing shrine, which is said to have consist of limestone rocks in a small structure about 5 by 10 feet in size and about 2 feet tall. And it was utilized, and offerings were made at this ko'a when the waves were high. And if the proper offering was made, it was said that the seas would be calmed and then va'as could be launched to fish. So it was an important cultural resource connecting, allowing the people of that area to, utilize resources from Makai. Also, the namesake of this parcel is Kalaiuila Heiau, which unfortunately has been severely damaged and may no longer exist, but it's something that we really want to look into. It was documented in the 1930s at the time of McAllister's archaeological surveys. It's approximately 44 by 42 feet, and it had kind of a roughly bisected and had a second kind of platform. Also was made of limestone. And although we don't know the exact use of Kalaiuila, one of the kupa of the area stated in an oral history that she believed it to be a heiau as opposed to a ko'a or a different type of fishing shrine. So something of greater, significance and spiritual significance. And you can imagine at this northern coast of Oahu, which we'll talk about later, you really just have sweeping panoramic views of the entire North Pacific Ocean, from east to west, and also up Mauka as well. So it would be a really great place to observe all types of occurrences, and as its name would suggest, uila, which is lightning, so kind of like celestial events as well. Also along this coastline, this line is covered with like limestone, which created kaheka, which are natural salt pans where seawater would wash into, would evaporate, and then allow for salt to be gathered, which is a practice that is still done by people of this area to this day. And lastly, I would like to mention there are remaining walls from surrounding kuleana lots from the Mahele era, and these were pointed out to us by some of our informants from who reside on the kuleana lots within the property. So a lot of cultural and archaeological significance to preserve. And that ties into the many ka'au that are related to this parcel. So as we mentioned, when we visited, we were able to share some lei of ko. And this ties into a mo'olelo of a woman who lived in this area many, many years ago. She was often seen diving into the ocean, disappearing for as long as a week. And she would sometimes be seen putting her clothing and belongings in a watertight calabash and taking them with her. And then, she would be gone. And when she would return, she'd be wearing a lei of ko. So it was later discovered that she was visiting a mystical land known as Uluka'a, also known as Kahuna Moku, which could also be related to Kane Hunamoku, which is another mystical land mentioned in other mo'olelo. So, one of the things that we draw from this mo'olelo is in this modern era is just the reference to native plants that were found there, but also how it transports us to a place that is so hard to find on the island of Oahu. When you're out there, you really just feel like you're in a different location. And we hope that by making this site accessible to the community, they can have that type of otherworldly experience that is harder and harder to find. Another mo'olelo and ka'au relates to Puna Mano, which is not on the property, but is immediately adjacent on the James Campbell Wildlife Refuge. Puna Mano is a large wetland which was once surrounded by Lo'ikalo and Lokoi'a. There's a mo'olelo of a husband and a wife who rescued a baby shark, and they placed it in a calabash, and as it grew, they placed it into a larger and larger calabash until it outgrew even the largest ipu that they could find. And then they placed the shark into Puna Mano, where it would reside, and it served as a guardian for them. They had planted a tree, an ulu tree, along the border of Puna Mano. And one day, husband and her wife wanted to go up Mauka to gather resources, to gather food. So she asked her brother to watch over their land. And while they were gone, the brother noticed the ulu tree. He noticed a nice big ulu hanging from the top that he wanted to grab, but he hadn't really asked permission to grab it. So he climbed up the ulu tree. He grabbed actually a couple ulu, dropped them in the water so that they wouldn't be bruised on the ground. And when he went to go swimming, not knowing about the shark guardian, he unfortunately was bitten and died because he had not really gone through the correct protocol of, asking permission to receive the ulu. So as we continue with this application process, we want to go through all the necessary protocols, culturally, environmentally, and with the community to ensure that, we don't, arrive at any similar outcomes, and also, just really do let the land lead and the community lead. And also, I'd like to point out there's actually 16 documented Land Commission awards on the parcel or within the parcel. And we have a history of, having a high degree of respect and collaboration with with Kuleana landowners, both active and inactive. So with our Waiala'i project, for example, we've fostered relationships with nearby tenants who live on their Kuleana lands, and we maintain good, close connections with them, keep them abreast of everything that we're doing, consult them for their experience and advice, and also, provide opportunities for them to participate, but also try to give back as well. So something that we definitely replicate here. And then we're already in communications with one lineal descendant of this area. We've had a relationship with him for the past several years. He is great at many different things, has many different expertise and cultural practices. He's grown plants for our Kalai o Kauna'oa restoration site. He's a beautiful lei maker, and he's expressed his support for this project. So we look forward to continuing to work with him, as well as other communities that live within this area as well. And this also leads me to talk about the coastal and marine resources which are found on this parcel. So as Reina mentioned, this aina consists of 1/2 mile of shoreline. It both consists of sandy beaches, such as Puanui, which is one of the sandy beach areas, as well as the rocky areas. For example, between the two Kahoa islets is Kianakua Cove, sharing the name of the ko'a. And that area is a shallow intertidal reef ecosystem that hosts diverse coral fish, shellfish, limu, and invertebrates, and is a habitat for many other different types of native animals and plants. And I'd also like to mention that our northeastern coasts of our islands are really impacted by marine debris. So by providing access through a community-based organization and in partnership with other great groups such as Surfrider and Sustainable Coastlines, with whom we partner regularly, we could really try to mitigate this marine debris issue and prevent it from impacting our honu, our ilio, holu, ikawawa, and all of the different marine species. And lastly, this coastal area is really important with with sea level rise and climate change, and just wanting to implement best practices that are going to prevent erosion and also be important for our wildlife, which Tim will talk about next.
Hello, Cabela. So I know some of you were fortunate enough to come out and visit this site, and many of the birds that were listed here, you actually got to see, in person, which was pretty special for sure. I've been to several, restoration sites, coastal restoration sites in my, through my time as, working at Kalai o Kauna'oa and visiting other, communities and organizations, restoration sites. But I'd have to say that this site is probably one of the better, intact coastal ecosystems when it comes to plants, especially that I've seen, as far as at least the one that people haven't really done anything to yet, right? And I was pretty amazed by that. And so I feel like a lot of the wildlife, as we talked about earlier, kind of really responds to that, right? So if they have that place that they're comfortable with, then they'll be there, right? And so, we've been fortunate enough to see a lot of these species, in the area. Just this past nesting season, we had 20 sea turtle nests along the shoreline, right as part of that area. that, I've been fortunate enough to help steward a little bit along with, U.S. Fish and Wildlife and NOAA staff. And they say baby sea turtles is the gateway drug to conservation. And after getting to release a baby turtle after exposing nests, I understand why they say that now. My daughter really loved it, and now she wants to be a marine biologist, so that's super awesome. I couldn't be prouder. But we have a lot of turtle nesting in this area, which is relatively recent, just in the past few years. We have, as we'll talk about it on the next slide a little bit, we have Laysan albatross colony surrounding this area as well. We have the yellow-faced bee that's found along the shoreline. Unfortunately, they got a little damage on the next door property, if you guys may know about, with some removal of some vegetation. And then we have several mother monk seals that pup regularly. I think in this past year, we had, I think, 4 or 5 monk seals born along the shoreline, kind of on the Turtle Bay property, kind of out towards where we are now. And so, yeah, it's a place that's really responding. Nature is really responding to a lot of the work that's being done out here. Next slide. And speaking of the Laysan albatross, this is a picture, this is a map. So the property is outlined in red, and the orange dots are basically documented Laysan albatross nests. So on the right side of the red square is James Campbell Wildlife Refuge and their nests. On the left side is the Laysan albatross nest that we're stewarding, and it's not a competition, but if it was, we're winning. But then you can also see, really importantly, that there were 3 nests documented on the property itself this season. Unfortunately, I know for sure 2 of the 3 have been depredated already at this point. The eggs have been eaten by mongoose. I'm not sure if that's true for the third one, so there might still one there. But since that area is not being managed as the other ones are for predators, obviously they're kind of, unfortunately, not surviving. But what that just does show is that they want to be there, right? They really want to be on this site. Yeah. And as these populations continue to grow, as Adam mentioned earlier, we went from 1 in 2017 to 33 nests this year. The nesting population is growing at both James Campbell and at our site. So they will continue to grow and they will want more space. And as mentioned earlier by Cavella, a majority of the Laysan albatross population nests in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands, right? It's a very small population here on the main Hawaiian Islands. I think only here in Oahu and Kauai are the only places that I'm knowledgeable of. But this area is actually relatively high, especially as you step about just 100 yards back from the shoreline, you're 20 feet above sea level, right? Due to the large dunes. Whereas the Northwest Hawaiian Islands, some of those islands are only 3 feet tall, at their highest point. So as sea level is rising, they are just losing ground, right? And so these areas will be vital in the future for Laysan albatross, green sea turtles, Hawaiian monk seals who nest along the shoreline or give birth along the shoreline. And as the shorelines in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands get smaller and smaller, there's just less space for them, right? So next slide. And again, we mentioned the plants at the beginning, and a lot of these plants have been found at the site already. We do have experience with some restoration work at our other site at Kalaeokanoa. So this fits really well with our current project. We feel really comfortable continuing and expanding that onto this property by removing invasive species that are there and outplanting more natives that are appropriate for the area, both coastal and wetland species. And so some of our metrics that we have at Kalaeokanoa, to date, since 2015, we've cleared 18 acres of invasive plants and trees, mostly ironwood, helicoa, Christmasberry, shyness, those kind of large shrubs, as well as invasive ground cover. And we've outplanted over 30,000 native plants in their place, covering roughly about 8 acres or so of those 15 in a pretty relatively intact, healthy, there's always waiting to be done, but native ecosystem. And I'll hand it back over to Kamala.
Hello, Tim. And so another important pillar of this property is the agricultural value that it provides. Not the least of which is that there's a 15-acre modern aquaculture facility on the property itself that is currently actively being used to farm sea asparagus, limau ogo, and tilapia. There is more potential to expand. The facility isn't being used to its highest potential. So we look forward to looking into that with the help of partners. So we have a very close relationship with
the University of Hawaii Sea Grant College program, who's very well invested into aquaculture, has a lot of ties into the aquaculture industry, and has expressed specific interest in this parcel. So we would definitely look toward Sea Grant as well as other partners to assist us in developing a robust plan to manage this aquaculture facility and also see all of the abundance that it can provide. In addition to that, we'd look into bolstering traditional forms of aquaculture and agriculture as well, such as loko'i'a. As was mentioned, Kuki'o Pond is a small area which we could utilize traditional loko'i'a management techniques, as well as along the shoreline, with managing the fishery as well, but also within the modern aquaculture system, implementing our traditional practices and traditional perspectives to inform that work as well. Also with lo'ikalo, within the modern aquaculture facility, we could also look toward restoring, wetland kalo as another resource. And lastly, with our mala oiwi, our traditional agroforestry practices, along the Mauka portions of the parcel, there is a lot of area which is just more completely invaded with invasive species and could be restored into agroforestry practices that could provide food for the community. Many of the Kuleana tenants who are living in that blue square in the parcel have beautiful gardens of coconut, ulu, all different types of crops that are thriving. So we feel that, agroforestry is another important aspect that we could consider. I'd also like to point out that at our Waiale'e project, the lower center photo, that's one of our lo'i, another lo'i was shown earlier. So we are actively managing lo'i and also currently in the process of restoring an agroforestry process, as was Heather mentioned, that we are partnering with them to do an agroforestry project at Waiale'e as well. So this is something that we're actively working on and have experience in. That photo on the lower right is not our system, but it's an example of something that we'd like to see restored as well. And we also wanted to allude to just as I kind of mentioned earlier, just the beauty of the open space and the view planes here. You really have a panoramic view of the ocean from all angles, and you can hardly see, of course you can see the windmills here, which, have their benefits as well. But, from basically Kualoa, the farthest reach of the Ho'olau, you can see there all the way beyond this photo to Waiale'e, where we have our other project. You can see the entirety of the Ko'olauloa mountain range, the northern Ko'olau range, and it's just unheard of to have such a view plane on the island of Oahu. So I wanted to highlight that as well.
So our stewardship goals for Kalauila would really reflect the stewardship goals and the approach that we've had in the past. So one, to create a comprehensive management plan informed by community and expert input. This is the approach we've taken everywhere else, and it's served us well to date. Second, create managed public access, keeping front of mind environmental, cultural, educational, and recreational benefits. But we do stress the word managed there because this will be an amazing resource, and for it to stay that way, we feel that carefully managing that access is critical. 3, conserve and restore intact native coastal dune ecosystem for threatened and endangered plants and animals. Tim's highlighted what we've done at Kalai Okauno'oa together, because we certainly haven't done this by any means by ourselves. We've done this with phenomenal network of partner organizations. U.S. Fish and Wildlife bring amazing expertise. DOFA, DLNR. Anyone who's willing to share their mana'o, their expertise or their insights is welcome. And then we try to integrate what's shared with us to the best of our ability, given whatever funding sources we can get to advance those different suggestions. And then third, steward Kalauila's cultural sites and cultural gathering practices. Kavella just did a phenomenal job highlighting how we've done that in the past. And we're really fortunate to have Kavella on our team. He brings a deep cultural passion and high level of not just passion, but knowledge, which allows us to have a purposeful and meaningful conversation with lineal descendants or culturally engaged individuals, whether they be Native Hawaiian or otherwise. And we think a full conversation in that regard is healthy and yields a really positive outcome. For example, when we first started off on the kalo journey, when we got Waiale'e, Kavela early on organized a hui kalo, got together, the Rapoons, Uncle Earl, Dean from Ho'okuaina, and he brought all these people, amazing people together. And for me, I'm not a kalo person or what. I mean, I'd love to eat poi and I love my kulolo, but but it's emotional being on a parcel like Waiale'e with a collection of people like that, with a depth of passion, a phenomenal amount of knowledge, to where you get the full chicken skin moment. And so I really appreciate that Kavela brings that to our organization and our team, and really breathes that into how we operate at the cultural level. And then finally, to restore, sustain agriculture and aquaculture, including both traditional and modern practices. So what's nice about this slide is we feel cautiously confident, because we're certainly want to be humble in the fact that there's much that we don't know and much that we need to learn and much that we need to lean on others for. But we have a track record in everything on that list of success, with the exception of the modern aquaculture. That said, Kavela already alluded to an ongoing relationship with Sea Grant and others. I've had initial conversations with some entities at the state level that are interested in it as well. So I feel like we can engage the right entities specific to different areas and make this a multidisciplinary like success story. So next slide. So we've covered a lot of wonderful things. We hope you'll agree that there's amazing opportunity here, rare opportunity, and timing, as often is the case with these things, is critically important. The threats are real. On this slide, you have Turtle Bay, which has been there and been a wonderful contributor to the area economy for years. But you can gather by looking at that photo on the lower left-hand corner of Turtle Bay that there's really not the same opportunity there any longer that we're talking about, both at Kalaukaua, James Campbell, and now Kalauila. Second, on the lower right-hand side is a photo of Marconi, which is a adjacent property that did get CPR'd. And those warehouse buildings, exist. And for the purposes that we think are a higher use and a more inspirational and aspirational use, and culturally appropriate, environmentally appropriate use, those have no place. However, if we're not successful in putting together the funding necessary to acquire this land, those are very real and likely threats. And what happens with those threats, you folks know as commission members, increased human activity, especially where it's inappropriate, leads to degradation of the environment, negative byproducts like runoff and things like that adversely affect Makai Tomoka. So that's real. That said, we feel cautiously confident that together with the letters of support that you have on file, which we're proud are a cross-section of amazing organizations, elected officials, community groups, and area expertise. We're humbled and proud to have those on file for you folks. We're also happy that after Kavela shared out again the petition, we're rapidly gaining petition signatures. We're nearing 500 and we were at 200 something just the other day. So we'll continue to gain that support, especially with a successful outcome here, because it's the first critical piece of the puzzle. And then finally on this slide is, 36 of our partners, whether they be funding or stewardship partners or both, that we've worked with to date. We'll continue to foster those relationships, grow that network as we can, and leverage those relationships and funding opportunities to maximize the results at this amazing property. So we leave with yeah, I like that. Good reaction. That's how we feel when we see that photo. Is like it hits you in your gut. It hits you in your heart. And it requires you to think that if we don't take the opportunities we have when we have them, that we lose them, right? So this is a special, special place. I poked my first fish just down the way at Turtle Bay. It's raw, it's rugged, it's special. It really doesn't lend itself to development. So why should we? When I would argue powers higher than us, whether they be cultural, environmental, or otherwise, are indicating to us like there's a better purpose and opportunity for this land. So thank you all for your consideration of our application. We appreciate the thoughtful processing of the information that we've shared. And I'd like to mahalo one more time, not just all of you, but Reina and the team at TPL for the amazing guidance and support that they've given us in getting this application in the form that it is for you folks. And yeah, we're here for any questions, and we're hopeful that in addition to those testimonies that you have on file, we have some people that are probably joining via Zoom that would like to share their feelings about this opportunity as well. So thank you. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much, Kavella, Adam, Tim, Marina. The floor is open for comments and questions from the commission. Beth.
I have one or maybe two. Could we go back to the slide that's the map?
Quickly. Which map?
The one that Raina was talking to. It could be any one of those. That one's fine. So just a couple of questions. I noticed on one of your the 36 partners and donors, where is, you might zoom the bigger one, where is the current development at Turtle Bay? Where would that be located if that manages to get approved, the new subdivision?
The RR3 that they're talking about now,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
homes. So this is Kalaiwila here.
Yeah.
This is our property at Marconi. This is the front of Marconi. This is Kalaiwila. RR3 is just, there's a kuleana lot here. It's just to the Haleiwa side of the kuleana lot along, I don't know what the whole number is, but right along the golf course and about approximately in this area.
And then the Marconi Point where there are already the home sites is just Haleiwa side of the parcel that we're talking about.
Correct.
Okay.
So, and you can see here, that other image showed it better, but those are the tops of the warehouse.
Right.
Yeah, so you can see it here. There are some contested case hearing issues pending on several properties on this parcel. But yeah, so that is a conversation, I guess, for a different day, but yeah, that's where our
Okay.
R3 is.
And then the $25 million number, is that appraisal or asking price or?
I think it's listed for 27 or 28. I can't remember. So this is just an estimation at this point. We are looking into getting, hopefully in the next few months, a restricted appraisal, just because appraisals are so expensive. We like to wait to secure a couple of pieces of the funding before moving forward. So we are working on it. But if the appraisal comes in lower, then we will adjust accordingly.
Great. Thank you.
Jay. So I really appreciate your presentation. Very well done. I have a particular question about the seabirds that you have there. Maybe bring back the slide with the moli nest shown on it. And you can see that moli are definitely working at reestablishing there, and there have been translocations onto James Campbell in order to build that population. And you have some now nesting on this property. Do you have plans for what you are going to do as seabirds repopulate this area? Because right now, the mongoose and the cats are a serious threat. And is that within your planning scope to address that along with your partners, neighbors?
So I'd say absolutely yes. We have a comprehensive trapping grid around our current site at Kalao Kaunoa. We wouldn't even have to work with a separate owner in this instance. We would approve our own trapping grid. Tim can speak directly to, outside entities that help guide us to maximize the effectiveness of that trapping grid. But we, for those of you familiar, and I think some of you might have seen a couple of the traps that were able to make the site visit, but we use a number of different trapping styles. to control that predator population. But if you have specific questions, Tim can answer them. But the answer to your general question is absolutely yes, that would be a priority. And it's one of the areas where we feel confident that we could make a positive impact.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. So you may be already aware, but I think James Kimball's already gotten funding and approved to basically put in a predator fence for a big portion of their property. And the predator fence right now would basically go along that red line that's our, boundary, where, our property, that property and their property. So what we would intend to do is get funding to extend that fence around at least the coastal portion. This is just off the top of my head at the moment, so we'd have to figure out the exact details. Basically, where the runway, where we kind of parked, for those of you who were able to visit, and we had to park the cars initially, there's still the asphalt, kind of right before the coastal. That'd probably be roughly where the fence would be, and would go, all the way to our property boundary and come back in to kind of lock in that coastal portion of the property with predator control. Yeah, and then obviously trapping as well will continue.
Yeah, that's excellent, because your point about Papahanaumokuakea is going to be lost that's where the majority of our seabirds are now. And this is an ideal location where that could happen. So it sounds like you've got exactly the kind of plans in mind that should be taken into consideration.
Oh, thank you.
And a wonderful byproduct of that is that if you look at Kaena Point, for example, as an example, once the predator-proof fence went in there, not only was it amazing for controlling predators, but it immediately controls certain activities that undermine coastal restoration. So if you're fortunate enough to get out to Kaena Point, you'll see that the fact that there's no vehicular traffic and whatever at the point has an amazing positive impact on the environment.
And I believe that you will expect more than will leave once you get that
Definitely
protected
shearwaters, bone petrels.
Wapukani will be in there.
Any kind of ground nesting seabird would love that place if there weren't cats, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And mongoose.
And mongoose,
And
yeah.
mongoose.
Go, you go.
I call on Commissioner Lucas to.
Thank you,
Make an
Chair.
executive decision.
Mahalo.
I was fortunate enough to visit, and one of the things that, well, first off, this beautiful, just refreshingly beautiful presentation. Thank you. And I did not notice those Marconi warehouses, and when you showed them on there, that was pretty shocking. Do you know what they're warehousing, and do you have a relationship with the owner, or do you know who the owner is? I mean,
We do know who the owner is. We don't really have a strong relationship, and we don't really know exactly what's going in there in those. Each of them is topped with an array of photovoltaic. So I don't know if they got the approval or if there was approval, but some people are going in for like solar farms on ag CPR lots or whatever. So the detail of that we don't really know. We are now a owner of one of the units within the condo association. So hopefully over time we'll be able to get additional information and possibly have a positive voice in the conversation around prioritizing conservation through that position. But our biggest takeaway is that can happen, unfortunately. And we did try, my predecessor, Doug Cole, tried to have a conversation early on with the Marconi owners, but it does take an owner that's willing to commit to the process, because otherwise, if you get a faster processing through your CPR and you just start selling those, once you kind of go down that road, a transaction like the one we're all considering becomes an impossibility. Yeah.
so that's a long, quite a big chunk of shared border that you have with
Correct.
them. And so I was kind of wondering, well, what kind of, who are they? Are they local people?
No, so Jeremy Henderson was the original owner of Marconi, and I believe he's the owner of those buildings. I'm not sure who he's partnered with. He's always been reasonable about providing us access to monitor birds on the property. they've at least made the representation that they care and would like to see the birds and other appropriate environmental successes. But that said, they did move forward with what they built, as well as some other unit owners have in there. So again, our focus is making sure that doesn't happen at Kalaeoila, and that we maximize the opportunity that still exists, because just to use an old adage, right? No sense crying over spilled milk. For us, we don't have an opportunity to preserve that, unfortunately. But we do have an opportunity to preserve next door. And I do feel like we have an opportunity for a conversation along the coastal band to further discuss a setback, which we shared with some of the commissioners, yourself as well, that made the visit. Because there is a pending contested case hearing that affects a number of those. And, maybe one of the potential outcomes is an agreed upon additional setback beyond the SMA that then could be a buffer zone, and an opportunity for everything that you and Tim were just talking about to thrive in that area, from Kalaio Kaunaoa all the way to Kahuku, through Kalaeoila, through James Campbell and Kahuku beyond.
So I don't want to focus on the negatives, but I just want, but I have one more thing that came up. It is spectacular, and you guys are definitely, everything I've seen, you're definitely capable of it. But I was pretty alarmed to see the amount of coconut rhinoceros beetle damage there, when we went to Henry Fong's place. And I didn't see any mention of it in your presentation as far as, it's obviously an invasive species, but do you have a plan for addressing that? Because it's smack in the middle there.
Yeah, we haven't gotten into that detail. I will say that, welcome to the jungle. With regard to coconut rhinoceros beetle, unfortunately, the North Shore is just ravaged by this invasive beetle that, unfortunately, when we had the opportunity to act, we didn't act fully enough or appropriately enough to genuinely curb it. And so now, and I can let both Tim and Cavella, if they want to speak to this, we're taking extra precautions with any chipping that we do and moving. We used to accumulate chip piles, which we're not doing anymore. We're spreading everything thin and planting over it right away. Cavella is prioritizing in his agroforestry effort at Waiale'e, interspersing coconut trees to try to replenish the trees, but probably no mention, because there's beyond the appropriate guidance that we can get from entities. That's probably a issue that's bigger than us, but we'll take site-specific efforts that are recommended, best practices, and we'll act on those. But if Tim or Cavella want to add.
Well, I just want to add that I don't know how often you visit the North Shore, but basically if you walk from Haleiwa to Kahuku, you're not going to find a palm tree that's not impacted. The entire North Shore is just devastated, unfortunately. I live kind of near Ehukai Beach Park, and if you walk the beach, every palm tree along the shoreline in people's yards, they're not going to last much longer. Yeah, they're all devastated. I think just we're right. The trade winds just come right across us, right? So I think for whatever reason, they tend to fly and kind of go where the wind goes, and for whatever reason, the wind has just brought them all to the North Shore. So yeah, the North Shore is pretty devastated overall. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, I think we would just do whatever is in our capacity. The burning, there's netting the piles, netting trees. There's organic deterrents, there's, chemical deterrents, there's all different types of strategies. So we would do everything in our power, but it is something that we're just going to have to cope with, collectively.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent question, and it's a tough one.
It's a tough one, and I'm sick of hearing people say we can't do anything, because I think we can do something. We know that there are dogs and pigs that find them. I just recently saw there's a light trap. There's pyrethrins, which are organic, but I realize it's adding a significant burden on stewardship. But it's just got to be another line.
Yeah. And we're totally open to that. Cavella's done a great job, and then not only are we trying to figure out how we can curb it if there's ways that we can. But also, and I'll admit, when he first proposed at our staff meeting, like, oh, part of our agroforestry is we're going to plant coconuts. I was like, they're going to get eaten. He's like, hey, we got to try and we got to take every step we can to protect them. So, you know, we share your desire to find solutions and use best practices to avoid the further proliferation of coconut rhinoceros beetle. But yeah, we don't have a detailed plan specific to Kalaoila yet.
Commissioner Wilson?
Thank you, Chair Mahalo. I just had a couple questions. You know, thank you again. It was such a blessing to go on the site visit and see the awesome work that you guys are doing, the vision that you guys have for this site. I know you guys took us over to also some of the agricultural leases and things like that. So just wondering, are those leases going to remain post-acquisition? And with those lease revenues, what are you planning to do with those lease revenues?
You're talking about the aquaculture leases,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so unfortunately, with the current landowner, we don't have a lot of clarity on what those leases look like. But I can share with you that conceptually, it'd be our desire to continue to work with any of the entities that are doing a good job on the parcel, and whether that's that we introduced and connected them to resources, whether that be Sea Grant or others that could maybe increase the efficiency of their operations or bring additional resource. That we'd have to figure out. Similar to access, you know, we do have a signed willing seller, but you know, like a lot of landowners, they're a bit secretive, and so it's we don't have all the details. But I hope what we do have and what hopefully we've illustrated to you today is we have a track record for whether that entity is a private landowner, a governmental entity, or educational entity. We have a thorough, complete, and vigorous conversation about what to do along the lines of those pillars of ours, which are community, environment, culture, and agriculture. And to date, all I can say is so far, knock on wood, that we've been able to, together with the community support and with a phenomenal network of partner organizations, which I know I'm saying repeatedly, but I say that with purpose. You know, we are a small organization, but we're made mighty by the community that supports us, the network that we work with, and I think, or I'd like to believe, the purpose that we operate with. So we're trying to do good things. We don't always do them perfectly. We don't always have 150% support from everyone in the community. But over time, I think our track record is a very positive one, and the results speak for themselves. So we don't have that clarity yet, but we're definitely not looking, whether it's for cultural reasons or so like with regard to the Kuleana, or it's people that are operating active aquaculture, agriculture on the property. We're not looking to get the property and kick people off. We actually think it's probably better to keep them there and understand what they're up to and see if there's a synergy to be created, because this is a big parcel for us. Our only other fee simple holding is 5 acres, you know, under 5 acres. So it's a lift. And so we need to take that Kuleana like seriously. And then we need to, instead of trying to lift the va'a by ourselves, you know, we need to get everyone, okay, you get on the yaku, you get on the ama, you get in the front, and then we're going to lift together, you know?
And just to refresh your memory on a lot of the Ka'u projects that we partnered with the program on, there were ranching leases. And what it has been allowed by the program is if leases are pre-existing and they continue as is, that those leases can go back, the lease revenues can go back to the organization to reinvest into stewardship. So it's definitely an asset. It's a form of revenue for them to begin to build out their plan and their stewardship plan there. So.
It's definitely one of our priorities. I don't think you need agriculture and aquaculture are definitely part of our priorities and part of our legacy that we want to support. And while we were there, we saw that the aquaculture area is also heaven for the birds.
Yes.
The birds were swarming around those ponds.
Win-win situation.
Yeah,
It
it
is,
seemed like it.
Sorry, one more question I had.
Sure.
You brought up access, right? And so one of the questions I had is how do you envision balancing the managed public access, but also protecting cultural gathering rights as well?
So again, that'll be informed by outreach. But it'll also be informed by not just community input, because we do have already a lot of interest for more access, for example, to our Marconi parcel. But in order to do that effectively and to make sure that things that shouldn't be happening are happening on the property, it does have to be carefully managed. So we'll seek the guidance and the input of all of the different, important voices. But we will skew that towards managed access. At YLA, for example, a way to get out there and get in the AINA and get your hands dirty is to come to one of our work days and be able to participate and be on the property and walk the property. We also do outreach. Covella's done outreach and events there with KUA and other, Native organizations that have direct interest in the kind of activities that are going there on the property. But in between, the property is locked, and that's a reality in order to try to achieve the goals that we're hopeful to achieve together with the community. So I don't have a really detailed answer, but I can share with you, we will strive to have a balance where people can enjoy what we're talking about in appropriate and thoughtful doses that is juxtaposed against the top priority, which is, and I hope this came across in our presentation, which is to preserve this phenomenal place, So that will be voices from lineal descendants, people that prioritize traditional practices, whether it be gathering for hula or other things. But for example, I've been out to Kalaio Kauno'o with, Native Hawaiian friends, and I don't have Hawaiian blood, so I try to be very thoughtful in our responses. So often we've said, we're gonna allow people at the right time. And I was out there with a lifetime friend of mine, and she said, "Oh, just because they have Native blood doesn't mean they come over here and they can gather and they can pick." She said, what's their connection, right? So clearly lineal descendants. What are they doing to help? If a halal wants to come collect and gather, that's great, and that should happen. But hopefully they're driven by the kuleana prior to that to help have it be abundant, so that gathering is makes sense. So we're trying to get to that point at Kalaio Kauno'o, and hopefully we'd get there at Kalaio Ila as well. And then the last part I'd say about that, because we don't want to be heavy-handed with that management. We want people to have genuine experience, and we want them to have their own experience when the time is right. But a lot of times people don't understand what they're stepping on, whether that be a native habitat or that be an important cultural site. And what we've tried to do with limited exception at Kalaio Kauno'o is, we've put in symbolic fencing, ropes and whatever, just to try to control. Yeah, so there's symbolic fencing there in the photo, just to help guide people. Now, they don't always stay onto those thoughtful symbolic fencing, but it's a genuine effort, and there are specific areas that have been brought to our attention that are culturally important and sensitive, where we try to drive people as far around them as possible. And we would try to be informed by all of those things here, and then yet let people be able to access and enjoy this treasure of a resource. Hopefully that's a fair response.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to commit to something that we haven't gotten the input for, and so hopefully that's fair.
Appreciate it. Mahalo.
Other commissioners?
I only had the tiniest of questions. My commission is very thorough, and your presentation is even more thorough. So just curious about the impacts of light pollution. If there's so much development next to you, is there a risk to the birds? And I'm always thinking bees. So is there a risk that you're having to mitigate from light pollution being so close?
Tim could speak to that.
Yeah, we've so obviously there's a giant hotel
Yeah, that's what, I mean, I'm looking at it being like, oh my God.
It's super bright at night. And
I can see the problem and I'm like, oh, I wouldn't know what to do with that. And are we creating an environment that is actually a risk for the creatures we're trying
And
to
so that's
protect?
really, so we've actually met with the new owners, hosts who now purchased the property, and
Okay.
we actually have a meeting next week that US Fish and Wildlife, DOFA, myself, basically, they're gonna do a light audit, and they're open to basically changing their lighting system at Turtle Bay. Now, they're open to the meeting. I can't promise that they're
I'm
gonna
like,
do it.
I need to understand exactly how you're going about that. That's wonderful. I'm glad you're thinking about it. I knew you
So-
would be, but thank you.
So it definitely, and that's, we thought about that even before this property came up with, obviously the property they're working on now on Turtle Bay. And, we don't want to create this sink that they're just coming and then just, really causing problems with that. So the current hotel owner is very understanding and open. I get, they have properties in Florida that they have to deal with the same issues, so it's not totally foreign to them. So yeah, I think we're on a positive path to better lighting at the hotel at night to help with the birds. So
And the
yeah.
bees.
And the bees, yeah, absolutely. So that is definitely something, and they do, or they were, I don't know if they still are, but they were doing bee monitoring on the hotel property proper, like around it. So they are kind of monitoring and seeing what's going on there with the bees as well. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
And then just added good news is we approached, and this is something I share this because I think this is where we can be highly effective, is one of the major owners at Marconi also had bright floodlights basically pointing to the ocean. So I set up a meeting with him and I said, hey, look, I don't know if you understand just how bad these are for seabirds. This isn't my own thought. I'm guided by Sheldon Plenovich, who's our US Fish and Wildlife Partners biologist. But we can come at it at like, hey, what's a win-win, And he turned the lights off. So we'll try to have those conversations wherever we can, and where we get a good outcome, that's great. And where we don't, we'll engage other people, because we're not an enforcement entity, but we'll engage other entities as is appropriate. But I will say, and some of the people that will testify after, we do have our own community-based enforcement network. And these people are passionate about all the different type of work that the Land Trust does. And so where appropriate, while it's not an official action of the Land Trust, we do have a network of individuals and organizations that, really step to the plate and help us to advance like what we believe to be positive outcomes.
I just really have, I think, really a comment. First of all, I'm from Kauai, and I've been watching the North Shore Community Land Trust since its inception. And I just admire you guys so very much. And I actually have local land trust envy. But I also want to say that when I saw this application, and this is the most stunning landscape, and I truly just even see a picture of it makes me breathe bigger. But I wanted to say that I was worried when I looked at the 25 million. But Raina, I felt two things reassure me. One is, yes, I had read, of course, your plan for securing those funds, and to know that the Oahu's Clean Water Fund is so affluent at this point. But the other thing that really reassures me is that your philosophy is dream big, and big things will happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to open this up for public testimony. Now, I'll just, from the commission, I just want to send out a big mahalo to you guys for your presentation. I'd also like to mahalo you guys for what you've been doing for the last several years out there. We're seeing progress. We're seeing in lots of improvements. I've been going to Kahuku for 40 years or so, and it's just really moving to see what's been done, and you guys have played a big role in that. So mahalo for that.
Well, I appreciate those last two comments, and I'd be remiss if I got up from this table without thanking the community members that had the vision to found the land trust in 1997, the passion and the vision to, really continue to work toward that. Blake McElhaney, our initial executive director, who coined the phrase "dream big and big things will happen," and then our very big executive director, and I mean that both figuratively and literally. Doug's like 6'7", Doug Cole, who is my predecessor, and again, really guided like the work that we do and anything that we achieve as a collective. So I appreciate also your mention about our choice to remain independent when a number of the other land trusts merged. It's not an easy existence always, but it allows us to remain laser focused on our mission area. And hopefully with being able to do that, we can advocate at the highest, level for the North Shore, which is a gem for not only people that live there. Like I grew up in Waihoa, I just grew up surfing the North Shore and fishing and diving, but I've traveled around the world for my other work, and it's not just a gem for this island or whatever. It's a global gem, environmentally and culturally and whatnot. So, yeah, thank you for those comments. But biggest thanks to the likes of Denise and Larry and others who founded and provided us with the foundation to keep doing what we're doing. So we hope today that we've made a positive impression and that we can put that first critically important puzzle piece in place. So thank you.
We're already put an hour into this program, but I definitely would like to open this up for testimony from the public. We received a lot of written testimony, which is already included in the record. A spectacular petition, up to 400 signatures or something now. So we've certainly received that. Are there members of the public who wish to testify? Denise Santolini, please go ahead.
Thank you. Mahalo, commissioners. It's really good to see you. I've greatly enjoyed this discussion. My name is Denise Antolini. I guess I was just outed as one of the old founding members of the North Shore Community Land Trust, along with many others. But I have to say, my heart could not be more full. And I think I heard Adam maybe drop a tear. I'm going to drop a tear. This is so exciting to see the land trust at this point. So I am still on the advisory board. I'm also one of those activist community members that Adam referred to. I'm now deeply engaged in a lot of community work since I've retired from the law school. And along with some of the others here, we formed the Aloha Marconi Alliance specifically to keep a close community eye on that Marconi parcel. Some of the issues there have already been raised, including the fact that there's this upcoming contested case hearing where the potential fine is $3.5 million for the destruction of the bee habitat and the albatross damage. So I guess three things quickly. And as I said in my written testimony, myself, I've also worked on the Turtle Bay issues, continuing to work on them. So I know the Turtle Bay property, the Marconi property, a bit of Campbell. For 30 years, I've walked that coastline on a personal level. It's my treasured place, along with taking my law students there and trying to show them this spectacular area. So I've crossed that coastline many times for this parcel. And knowing what's going on at Turtle Bay and Marconi, I mean, this is so absolutely urgent. As I think Adam alluded to, we weren't able to at least currently protect the coastline at Marconi. I think that opportunity is still there, but we just really have to act. And your comments show and your site visits show that you understand the urgency and the opportunity here. Looking forward, the opportunities for restoration to build on the land trust record are phenomenal. And I'll just leave it there to say I'm completely in support. I thought the presentation was amazing. Your questions are great, and look forward to success working with everyone here. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Thank you for that. I just point out, though, I'd like to ask for those offering testimony to try to keep your remarks as brief as possible. We've had a suggested 3 minutes per is out there. So we'd appreciate it if you can keep to that. Thank you very much for that. Are there other potential testifiers online by Zoom? I see a couple of hands up there. Let's see, Kevin Chang from KUA.
Yeah, how's it, everybody? Kevin Chang from Kua Aina Ulu Awamo. I think they've laid out all of the values of this place to you folks. I think we're here really to just speak to the passion they have for building connections between people and land and people and each other and land. In fact, Kavela Kai folks, we're going to be hosting Oahu members of the Hui Malamola Ku'ia at Kalo at Waiale'e this Friday to talk about Oahu fish pond leadership, although the weather is going to put that off. So I just wanted to speak to that. I think that's one of the biggest things for us in the work we do is seeing our communities rise up to these moments, seizing the moments, and building a kind of context so that communities and citizens can take a stronger role in environmental governance. And what you guys do in helping them acquire lands is very significant in that sense. I have to disagree with Adam. I'm a lifelong resident of Kahalu, and the North Shore has never been a gem to me, but it's a nice place.
I didn't say Kahalu wasn't a gem.
That's sorry, I'm not going to testify to that and agree to that. And then the only thing else is separate, kind of off agenda is I have a doctor's appointment, but I'm also here to support the Makahana Loa fishing application as well. But thank you for allowing me the time. Aloha.
Mahalo.
Mahalo, Kev.
Sue Cortez, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Can do.
Okay, I'm sitting in my car. Mahalo for allowing this testimony. I did submit some written testimony as well. I'm Sue Cortez. I'm about a 50-year resident of the Pupukea Pamalu area, and also one of the old founding board members of the North Shore Community Land Trust. I just want to say mahalo for allowing us to present, and I'm just so proud of the presentation our excellent staff has given. I just wanted to share, I've done some minor work with the removal of invasive species and planting out at Kahuku Point, and I spend most of my my passion now is the moli, and I am a regular monitor and steward of the birds who are nesting there. And I just wanted to share that one of the most rewarding aspects of that is not only seeing the birds thrive and their colony appears to be growing nicely, but my role as a public outreach is to talk to community members who come by, whether they're children or golfers or hikers or whomever. And it's so important, I believe, to make the connection with the general larger public about the importance of preserving our natural environment. And it's really rewarding to see the light go on in people's eyes when they become so amazed at these spectacular seabirds. And one of the aspects that may have been mentioned, I'm sorry if I'm repeating something, is that some of the elementary schools have been involved in naming our Moali chicks. And so we have this connection with the younger generation that try to take into the account the personalities that we report and see with the birds. And that, I think, is a very important role that the Land Trust has nurtured with the community. I think the community involvement is so important. So, and I'm just going to add that I know the predator control was mentioned, and I've just seen in the last 6 or 7 years now the native wildlife, wildfowl in addition to the Moli, increase in numbers unscientifically, just anecdotally. As I'm out there with the Moli, I see so many other native birds thriving. And the people I talk to in the area say, oh yeah, it's the predator control. You know, that grid of mongoose traps has been very effective, I believe. Anyway, I thank you so much for allowing me to.
Thank you for that.
I'm very excited about the possibility of expanding our, you know, the natural environment for our native plants and animals and our people.
I'd like to call on Henry Fong, who has his hand raised on Zoom. Are you
Hi,
there?
yeah, I'm here. Hi, my name is Henry Fong. I'm a lineal descendant to the area that they're talking about. So I'm on a Kuleana parcel that's part of the land exclusion. I support the North Shore Community Land Trust. There's things that I learned from them and things that they don't know about the property. I've worked with them in the past propagating plants, native plants for the Kahuku Point restoration. It's something that I think should be done because we don't want to have to fight developers in the future. Well, we have the opportunity now to prevent it from happening. That's pretty much, and my lineal descendancy is, so my great-great-grandfather, his name was Uha Kainanui. He was actually the chief of the Ahupua'a that the property lies in. And so, yeah. And they are really important to preserve this land because I feel that they do a great job and nobody else should be able to do it because they've proven themselves at Kahuku Point. And I think that's about it, what I have to say.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Henry. Nice to hear from the Ali'i line of the area. I'll recognize Sheldon Plentovich, who has his arm raised, hand raised, or she, on Zoom. Please go ahead.
Aloha, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. So I'm Sheldon Plentovich. I'm a restoration ecologist with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I've been working with the Land Trust since 2016 on this parcel, and just wanted to express my strong support for the North Shore Community Land Trust. They have done exceptional ecosystem restoration work at Kahuku Point and elsewhere. A lot of what I was going to say was beautifully covered in the presentation. I just wanted to highlight that I've been working with them and DLNR to reintroduce plants that are known to occur, that were known to occur in this area and have been extirpated. And that includes things like dwarf naupaka, or for the plant nerds, that's Scaevola coriacea, or Evahinahina, Acaranthes splendens. Those are extremely rare species that only are, you know, in the ground in one or two other places on Oahu. And the work they've done has enhanced the habitat for endangered yellow-faced bees. And there's 2 species in that area between Turtle Bay and Kahuku Golf Course. And that's Hylaeus anthracynus, which is the more common species. And then Hylaeus longiceps, which is a little bigger and is much more rare in that area, but is present along that coastline. I also wanted to mention that, you know, we haven't, until this year, we haven't had black-footed albatross nest anywhere on Oahu. And we had a couple of nests at James Campbell this year that were translocated birds. As one of the commissioners mentioned, you know, there have been several species that were translocated from Papahanaumokuakea at James Campbell, and black-footed albatross was one of them. And we've been seeing, you know, none of the nests have survived at James Campbell, but we've been seeing regular visitors to the rest of this area, you know, Kahuku Point and Marconi. And so I expect to see them nesting in those areas soon. And then finally, the last thing I wanted to say is just, I know many of you have been out there. But if you haven't, I just want to kind of reiterate just how incredibly valuable it is. It's intact coastal strand habitat that's extremely rare and only exists at one other site on Oahu, and that's Ka'ena Point. And the coastal strand habitat, in combination with the wind and the natural shoreline and the limited human traffic, that's the reason that these species are persisting here. And so, and many of them are listed, you know, as threatened and endangered, and they need additional habitat to recover, not less habitat. And so restoration, you know, protection and restoration at the site will connect some of these pockets of high quality habitat that exist at James Campbell and at Kahuku Point. And so that's a step in the right direction, you know, because these species need more, not less. But thank you for the opportunity to comment, to provide testimony. And I really, really hope that we can make this happen and, you know, put more protections in this area from Kahuku Point to Kahuku Golf Course. Mahalo.
Thank you. I recognize Laura Z on Zoom. Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I just want to express my support for this. North Shore Land Trust has really done a great job at Turtle Bay. It is such a pleasure to see groups that they bring in, so inspired by their work. I also want to thank you for, and that's about.
Yeah. Laura, we've lost you. I think our connection is not good. I apologize for that. But thank you for your input. I see one other hand raised on Zoom. Hiroko Kazama, are you there?
Yes.
Please
Good
go ahead.
My name is Hiroko Kazama, and I work for Sheldon and Tim about 3-4 times a week. And I walk from Turtle Bay all the way to the cove on the James Campbell. So I pass through the property you were talking about. And I congratulate you for this get together to raise the fund, and I hope it comes true. But one point I wanted to raise, Tim, Sheldon, and the rest of the Molly mothers works Ray with a dirt hand, the muddy hands, but they protect the mollies. But one thing, I'm working on the project with the Jane Goodall Institute, the lady for the chimpanzee protection. All the people who work with the kids in the school, I'm a teacher from Punahou too. But I want to raise the interest and let the kids, younger generation, have a dream of the property. What can they see? And I wonder if you could ask each individual family to join, getting emotional, but raise the fund, because what are we going to leave? Which land to the children? Hardly any left in here. So let them dream, and each family will be exposed for your plan so that we can hold hands to raise together with all the organization you are mentioning today. And I wish you the best of luck, and thank you for all what you do. Thank you.
Mahalo. Thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other hands raised on Zoom. Is there anybody present here in the boardroom that would care to testify on this application?
I just want to clarify the Moldy Mamas, that we have in case you guys aren't aware, we have a great group of volunteers who go out and basically just hang out with birds all day.
Cute.
And it's a partnership through HMAR. So they're HMAR volunteers. So it's just like they go out and sit with the monk seals. They do the same thing with the albatross, and a few of those were some of the Molly Mamas, and they're awesome. And so it's great. That's what she's referring to when she said Molly Mamas. It's a great partnership. And really
I thought she was actually talking about The
Yeah.
bully mama.
The Mama Molly.
Yeah, but that's the team. Oh, okay.
I want a t-shirt. at
Yeah.
least.
They do have t-shirts, yes.
Oh my God, I love it. I love
Sounds great.
Fundraising opportunity.
it. Yeah.
I believe that takes us through the testimony on this item. There's one more item to be covered today, but it's 1 o'clock. How are you feeling? Lunch break? Yeah, that would be my vote.
Early starts.
Mr. Penn, I recognize you.
So just anybody who's parked anywhere in the vicinity, I've been getting messages from in there about water barriers and limited hours to escape from the garage and stuff like that. So
Can we expand on what those hours are?
recess, we can figure out our schedule and just so everybody, I'm not exact, the messages are a little conflicting. But I think the water barriers will be installed at 5 p.m. and there may or may not be able to get out of the garage before that. But hopefully we'll be done by 4 or so at the latest.
I
So-
think we will. We have one more item.
Me too.
Okay, I suggest we recess until, how about 2:15? Is that enough time? Hour?
Probably do two.
Two?
Two.
Okay, let's aim for 2 o'clock. We will reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you all very much.
Who's next?
But the presentation will be from Scott, is that right? Okay. Hold on. Okay. I'd like to reconvene meeting 88 back from recess. Welcome to everyone who is participating. Next up on our agenda is item 2D, an application from DLNR, Division of Forestry and Wildlife, for $3,310,000 to acquire approximately 542 acres at East Maui Coastal Forest, located at Ko'olau, District of Hana, Island of Maui. Tax map numbers 1-2-2-001:001, portion of that one, :027-045, and 1-2-003:002 and 018. I believe the presentation will be from Maui Branch Chief Scott Fretz, presenting via Zoom. Hello, Scott. It's all yours.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. I can't see who else is in the room. Do we have Tanya and Aka there as well?
Yes.
Aka's here.
Okay.
Aka's here.
Okay, Tanya, you want me to jump right in, or did you have any opening remarks?
No, you can jump right in.
Okay, will do then. Commissioners, thanks for considering our application. I have a brief presentation and just a little heads up. It's more of a big picture because this is part of a larger project. So I wanted to be sure and give you the bigger picture background and how this fits into that bigger project. So I'm going to put it on the screen. Just let me know if this is all working out here. Are you seeing that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. And this is a collaborative project we're working on with the Trust for Public Lands, the Division of Forestry and Wildlife, and TPL, East Maui Land Acquisition. And it's a part of a project that we're working on that very much involves connectivity and enhancing Maui connectedness. Sorry, 1 second here. I'm going to move this thing over. Okay. The Division of Forestry and Wildlife is in DLNR. We are responsible for programs in forestry, wildlife, native ecosystems, and trails and access. And a big part of that work involves conservation of watersheds and native ecosystems, endangered species and habitat restoration. Huge amount of our work involves controlling invasive species. We have programs in public hunting. Public access is important to our work. We manage public trust lands, so having people be able to use those lands is important, including for things like forest products. And we are the primary agency responsible for wildland firefighting on lands that we manage. And that is about 170,000 acres of lands in Maui Nui. Those are lands that you are probably all familiar with. They're lands in these conservation reserves, forest reserves, natural area reserves, wildlife sanctuaries, game management areas, and we also manage the Na'alahele Trail system. So you can see those on that map there. But in addition, we partner importantly with private landowners in what are called the watershed partnerships. And these are voluntary partnerships that span the entirety of each of the main mountains of Maui Nui. They are very important and effective in enabling us to connect management across landscape scales. And so that connectivity is important to allow us to be effective and to manage much bigger areas of lands than we would otherwise be able to do. And one of the overarching initiatives that we have for all of this watershed work and native ecosystems is what we call the 30 by 30 initiative. The 30 by 30 initiative is to effectively manage 30% of priority watersheds by 2030. We are on track. It's a statewide initiative, and we're on track to meet those targets statewide. What I wanted to show you here is that Maui is well ahead of those targets. We are already at 50% of our priority watersheds under management now. We will really be hitting probably 60% by 2030. And so you see that in that purple color there, those are all lands that are fenced. They are under effective management. There are crews working in those areas. There's ungulate control in place. The crews are doing invasive species management. So those are all in the category of effectively managed lands under these 30 by 30 targets. And this work includes restoration too. A lot of these lands in these upper elevations are really good, pristine native habitats, some of the very best native habitats, but some are not. And this is an example of an area out on the leeward side of Haleakala. It was really heavily damaged over the years, originally by cattle long ago, but then more recently by goats. And so this is a before and after of this area where you can see we have planted hundreds of thousands of trees out in this area to restore this area at landscape scales and to restore native ecosystems. We've planted 12 to 15 species of native trees and plants in order to get us to real native ecosystem restoration in that area. One of the things that you'll notice, though, about these lands that you see on the map here is they tend to be at upper elevations. There are not a whole lot of areas where they connect all the way down to the ocean. There are historic reasons for that, because that's just how the forest reserves were created 100 years ago. There are practical reasons for that, which are that this is where the best habitats were. And it just makes sense. It's cost effective to protect the best habitats first. So that is a good thing for those upper elevations, but it can create real issues in a lot of these lower elevation lands. A lot of these lands are not well managed and they have real issues, especially with things like feral ungulates that impact water quality and quantity, causing erosion and sedimentation that impacts marine ecosystems and coral reef habitats. Invasive species, diseases, light pollution. There are areas that have real issues that could use better management. One of the first things that we can do as a conservation agency and conservation partners generally is to identify lands that have these problems because they don't have effective management in place. And one of the things we can do is get them into conservation reserves. A lot of these lands just don't have a designation or they're private lands. And so we can do this through purchase and set aside or donation. And we've been working on this for the last few years. What you see here on this map are lands that DOFA has gotten approval or incorporation into these conservation reserves. So some of them will be designated as forest reserves, natural area reserves, and wildlife sanctuaries. That work is in progress. You see in the blue color there, over the last 5 to 10 years, over 80 parcels we have gotten this approvals for are now designated as forest reserves. It's over 20,000 acres. And so this East Maui project that is in front of you today is a part of all of that. And I'm going to zoom in next on that area that you see the arrow pointing to there in East Maui. And these are the application that's in front of you today is for lands that have this connectivity, Maukutumakai connectivity to the Ko'olau Forest Reserve. Ko'olau Forest Reserve is a really important forest reserve. It is our biggest forest reserve on Maui Nui. It spans Tumoku and 8 Ahupua'a, over 30 perennial streams, some of the very best, finest native ecosystems at those upper elevations where I showed you are under this effective management. Really important for watersheds and water. It's got habitat for over 100 endangered species and really important for people, for subsistence use, for gathering, traditional customary practice, hunting, outdoor recreation, all these uses. But this, just like a lot of lands you can see here from this map, there are not very many places where it connects down to the ocean. So same issue here. So this is one of the areas where we were working on this to get more of these lands into management, into conservation. And so this was a first step here in 2023. We got approval to designate all those lands that just turned green there, those right there, into forest reserve. That each of those connects to the Ko'olau Forest Reserve. They specifically connect streams. And that means we have been able to put into conservation reserve and management, I think it was 8 streams, top to bottom, summit to the sea by doing this. So that was a first step. We then turned our attention to go talk to the landowner who owned all those lands in between those, or as much of them as we could talk to. It happened to be one landowner, it's A and B, and began to talk to them about the potential sale of these lands. They told us, oh yes, we are going to sell those lands. And so that's what started us down this road here and got this project going. So we started working on a purchase of all of those. And to drive home this point, A and B is going to sell these lands. They are under threat. They will sell them. We know the pattern. What has been happening to all the lands all the way out to Huelo when agriculture has gone away is they're sold, they're subdivided, they're developed, and access is cut off. We know that's what would happen here. So there is an urgency. A and B is working with us, but they have offers. They have offers and buyers. So we're moving as fast as we can on this to get this done. The public trust value of those lands is huge. These are lands that are undeveloped. They have mixed native and non-native coastal rainforests, very rich in natural resources and forest products, very important for traditional customary practice. A lot of these are shoreline access. Streams and water is super important in this area. They are dark flyways for endangered seabirds that are transiting from the summit to the ocean. There is a critical habitat for endangered species, and a lot of these parcels, and including the ones that are in your application there, have the historic Pi'ilani Trail going through them. So you see that photo there on the right, that's a shot of the Pi'ilani Trail. That happens to be the location where we took the subcommittee of you folks on a couple weeks ago. And that stream there is Hanavi Stream, very clear water, very nice stream. That is in part of this application as well. So this application and the rest of those lands generally meet 7 of the 9 criteria for the Legacy Land Conservation Program. That's coastal ecosystems, cultural and historic resources, habitat for endangered species, critical habitat for endangered species, natural areas, open space, recreation and public access, watersheds, and water. This is a photo from the ocean looking toward the lands that are in your application in front of you there. So our objective is to acquire these lands, purchase them or receive them by donation, fee title, to put those lands into the public trust, designate them as forest reserves, manage them for their public benefits, protect and restore their natural resources, and that very much improves and provides this connectivity, both Mauku to Makai and coastal, all the way from Huelo to Nahiku. From Huelo to KNI, certainly there's a few gaps, but then all the way out to Nahiku. So extending that network of public trust there, as you saw on those maps. So the last few slides here are just to give you a sense of process. This is complicated. There's over 20 parcels. They've got all kinds of issues, and it costs a lot of money for all of these. So I just kind of want to go through the phases that we're doing this in. Phase 1 are 2 parcels that are more on the west side, Ho'olua Stream and Makaiva specifically. These are, we expect to close on these next month. We're actually well underway. We've gotten the approvals and the funding to purchase these. So we'll be closing on those, fingers crossed, next month. 2 parcels there. The next set is a set of parcels just to the east of those. These parcels all have title issues. the state will not buy lands that don't have a clear title, so that's not what's in the works here. What is in the works here is potentially to receive them by donation, working with partners at Trust for Public Land and others. We think we have a way forward with this. This would still require approval by the land board to receive those by donation, but that's what's in the works here. This is going well so far, but we have a little ways to go, a few more months before we'll know if we're able to take these all the way through to closing, but it's looking good. This is phase 3. This is what's in front of you in your application now. It's a set of parcels in Nahiku. These all have clear title. So we went into detail in the application that we submitted you to, and the slides that I showed you today all apply to these parcels here. Hanavi Stream runs through one of them. The Pi'ilani Trail goes through the lower one there. And then phase 4 is a set which is further down the road. These are ones that have title issues, or some of these we don't even have the title for yet. So we're really not sure how this is going to shake out, and we're still working on that. So this one's a little further down the road. Last thing I just wanted to mention is the importance of community engagement and outreach. We've been doing that extensively. We've been updating for months now. DLNR's Community Water Advisory Group. We have met with Namoku, their board, about this project. They're very supportive. We are looking to meet with the county's regional community board. We're in discussions about them to find a date to get on their agenda for this. We've reached out to Ahamoku, some of the families in the area. You have letters of support in your application there from a number of entities and folks, the state rep, Sierra Club, TPL, of course, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Forest Service. County of Maui is a supporter of this project. Maui Nui Seabird Recovery Project. Our full congressional delegation has put their support behind this as well. So I think that is my presentation, and I will ask Tanya and Aka if they have anything to add to that, or I am happy to take any questions. And Tanya and Aka might be in a position to answer some technical questions that you might have on process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you care to add to this presentation before we begin discussion?
No, I'm Tanya Rubenstein, also with Division of Forestry and Wildlife, and you can go forth with your questions if between Scott and Aka and myself we can answer.
Okay, in which case I would like to open our session for commissioners who might have questions or ask for clarifications or any comments here. Yes.
Well, I was gonna say, since we saw you acquired one of the parcels. You want to tell us a little bit more about that? It was a donation.
One parcel.
Oh.
Pick up the application.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we didn't acquire it, but we did receive funding.
Oh,
For
okay.
one of the parcels that was in the original application. So that, if Scott kind of backtracks on his map, I can point to exactly which parcel that is, but we did get. Yeah, there you go, that's good.
Hey, Tanya, can you do me a favor and make sure?
Okay. So I don't know if anyone can see, but it's this parcel right here. We got a federal award announcement for that one of $1.5 million. So I removed it in the updated application. I removed it from your application, the cost share and the amount.
The one of the, I know the regions around here, especially further toward town, is being developed. The houses are popping up all the time. And so I guess what I'm wondering about is how high the threat is. So I have no doubt that A and B intends to sell this property, but I believe I read in the application that it's not currently listed. Is that correct?
Yeah, to my knowledge, it's not listed, but they have had offers and they will sell.
Yeah.
If we don't buy these from them, they will sell.
Okay, that answers my question, I think.
I can just add Akko Wiedemeyer with the Trust for Public Land. And the thing is, A and B, and I don't want to speak for them, but they've made it pretty clear that these are non-core lands on a go-forward basis. And so, yes, they've expressed to us that their intention would be to market it, but for our willingness to, and their resolve and willingness to work with us as well.
I have one other question. Everyone knows that water is being diverted from this side of the island by EMI. If you were to acquire the land, would the water still be diverted, or would it then be your decision whether or not it's diverted? Will EMI retain water rights?
That might be a good question for Scott mostly, but my understanding is that diversions are all above, the properties. Though I think some of the parcels, they may cross the properties, but Scott might have a better answer than that.
Yeah, the in-stream flow standards are set by the Water Commission. Now, it is possible that the placing the lands into the forest reserve could influence a change in those in-stream flow standards, but that's how they are done now, and that's how they do get done and would get done. And I don't off the top of my head know you may be asking about the entirety all the way through this whole project, and so that's over 30 streams. But I was going to specifically say Hanavi stream, I don't know what exactly the in-stream flow standards are right now for that stream. There are in-stream flow standards, so a certain amount of water has to go down to the ocean by law. EMI is not allowed to take it all. And what is really of biological value on Hanavi stream and the one next to it too, Kapola stream, they both have springs. There are big springs that are feeding those streams. So when you're standing down at the ocean, at one of those pictures I showed you here, this right here. So this is at the bottom of Hanavi stream looking out to the ocean. That water is, and this was a very dry time. So that water was coming out mostly from the springs. And so that's very important that these springs are below the diversions. But yeah, it's a good question about the in-stream flow standards. And so with 30 streams across the entirety of this landscape, every one of them is different. Every single one of them has different in-stream flow standards. But they almost all of them do, not all of them, most of them do. And the ones that don't, the commission currently is working on designating in-stream flow standards. So the idea is that some water has to go down to the ocean.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Penniman, please go ahead.
Yeah, good presentation, Scott, Tanya, thank you. Forgive me if I missed it, but there's a comment from the Department of Agriculture that I didn't see a response to. You know what that is? You want me to read it?
No, I think you can correct me, but I think they asked if any of these lands are in agriculture, and they are not. And they had said to us, if the lands are not in, if none of the lands are in agriculture, then we have no comments.
Yeah, they said if they've been used, they are county designated as ag lands. And if they have been being used, what's going to happen to the lessees that have been using them?
Right. Yeah. So they're not in agricultural use. There's no lessees on them, and they're heavily forested. The ones in your application.
Thanks.
You sure?
Yes, go ahead.
Tanya, Scott, somebody, could you help explain your access plan and like how you plan on thinking about managed access or working with the community to establish that access? Like, yeah.
Scott, I'll let you take that.
Yeah, that's a great question. This is an area that is popular. I think everyone has seen the problems along Hana Highway with people wanting to stop and look at waterfalls and things like that. We are very sensitive to that. We live here. It impacts us too. So we fortunately, these are set up well for managed access because they have roads that go down them with gates. And what we plan to do is work with the community to come up with a managed access approach, something like a reservation system that regulates the numbers of people going down into these areas so we don't have problems with people parking on the highway and too many people going into the area. We definitely want to hear what the communities, the people who have connections to these areas, and some of them we have been talking about this with, what are their thoughts? What I'm hearing is that is what they think. They agree. So something like a reservation system, we do have a good model for that. Right now, the Mauka lands in the Kola Forest Reserve do have a hunter reservation system. It works really well. You phone in, you get a reservation for the day. There's a limit on how many vehicles and how many people. You get a combination to the gate and you can go in for that reservation. It's worked for decades very well. So we think that's a good model. I think it's a good fit for a lot of these areas.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good question. And a question.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for the excellent presentation, both today and on the day of our site visit. Very helpful. I did notice on the January 13th letter, number 3, Form 7, added information priority for partial funding. Legacy Land Program can only offer partial funding, 1.5 million for parcel 1-2-001-027 is the highest priority parcel. Could you show us which one that is and explain why that would be the highest priority?
If you
Yeah,
go back to
that's
the
the
map, Scott, that
Yeah,
would be
I'll go back there. Let's see, what's the test?
I can point at it. It's yeah, that parcel right there. And if you want to explain the importance, Scott, you can.
Yeah, and that's the parcel that's the parcel that we walked to when you came on the visit. It's the one that has the Pi'ilani Trail on it. Honestly, that was the tipping point for me to bump it up to number 1 was it had that trail on it. And I just think that trail is so important to protect that access, that trail as a historic feature. You know, it was hard to pick one for priority, but that seemed like the best one. And being right along the shoreline and having that trail on it and that trail going to the stream, access to the stream.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Jay.
So on that trail that we walked along there, we found quite a bit of Myconia calvescens. And I'm wondering, is that in DOFA's plan? Does DOFA have the capacity to, it seemed relatively incipient there. It wasn't like big trees, but definitely will be if it's not controlled. Do you have the capacity for dealing with that?
Absolutely. And Myconia has been a MISC target for a long time. So we've been counting on MISC to do a lot of it. We are shifting to do more of that ourselves. We're currently recruiting 3 new FTEs to be 100% dedicated to invasive species in the Ko'olau Forest Reserve. So they will absolutely be assigned to Myconia as one of their first tasks.
Thanks.
I see no further hands raised from the commission. We received written testimonies in support. One from Representative Mahina Poi Poi from House District 13, covering Molokai, Lanai, Koholave, and portion of Kahului, Haiku, Peahi, Puelo, Nahiku, Hana, and Kipahulu. And one from Akaweta Wiedemeyer and the Trust for Public Land. And according to my notes, none of those testimonies have requested to speak. Okay. Is there any other public testimony, either from people in the room or on Zoom? I'm not seeing any on Zoom. Anybody in the room? Okay, any further remarks from the commission before we?
I just have one question.
Sure, please go ahead.
Mahalo again to Scott and Tanya and Aka for this application. I just had a question in regards to, you mentioned the Pi'ilani Trail. So I wanted to understand more about, what measures are you guys going to take to help protect it or even help educate the public about its cultural significance, the historical value and everything like that. So I'm just curious to know more on what you envision for the Pi'ilani Trail.
There's a really engaged community in Nahiku, and the first thing we're going to do is talk to them and ask them that question. The trail in areas is easy to find and is still there and doesn't need a whole lot of work to restore it. There's, weeds that need to be controlled, but there's other areas where it's gone, it's for whatever reason. And do we restore that actively in some way, or not? Those are things that I would wait to convene folks in the community and talk to them about how they see that.
Mahalo.
Okay. Looks like we're good. All right. Thank you very much, Scott, Tanya, Aka. Mahalo for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners.
At this point, we have 3 more applications to be presented. Those are scheduled to begin tomorrow morning, January 30, 2025 at 8 a.m. We will meet again here in the boardroom at 8 a.m.
Did we forget to ask if there was testimony?
I think I did.
Oh, I must have totally missed. I thought I heard the, so sorry, keep going.
And I didn't see any hands raised remotely or physically. Okay, with that, meeting 88 of the Legacy Land Conservation Commission is now recessed at 2:46 p.m. Wednesday, January 29, 2025. Remind you that we will convene at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Commissioners and anyone else interested, please try to get here a bit early so that we can start promptly. We have a lot of work to do tomorrow. Yes, Don, Mr. Penn.
Thank you, everybody, and please remember to sign in if you didn't sign in yet, so we can keep our attendance counts up. And there was some discussion between Van and I earlier this morning about a contingency plan for tomorrow, depending on weather. And I think there are some of us who could probably swim over if we had to. But I will contact the Hawaii Island people after this meeting to see what's going on over there. And, potentially if we can, everybody can be somewhere, we can do the meeting remotely as long as we have one person here, unless there's some kind of emergency thing that's us go back to doing it completely remotely. Yeah. So I guess at this point, just everybody who's planning to be here tomorrow, stay tuned for that. And we'll see how it plays out. I did check the weather radars and everything during lunch, and it looks fairly clear so far for where we're sitting, but
Yeah.
I don't have heavenly input on that.
I don't have heavenly inputs, but I know that FEMA has already been notified and is doing briefs. And HIMB is shut down for tomorrow. So those are the shutdowns I know of already, personally.
Oh, okay. Okay. We'll do what we can. If for whatever reason we can't all get here, the plan for now is to meet remotely if need be. But hopefully we'll all be here.
Can I please pass out, just in case you don't all come in, I have a handout for our presentation tomorrow that you didn't get in your packet. Can I just pass it out just in case?
Sure. I will now conclude this meeting and we are in recess, and please pass those out. Thank you.
Didn't make it into the.